Good morning and welcome to day 2 of round 1 of the 2023 championship for the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Join us here with a beautiful bird's eye perspective of the Chang International Circuit with that beautiful grandstand, very football stadium-like. For now, we've had the practice 1 to 3 sessions elapsed already yesterday and Friday. Today we will have qualifying this morning and race 1 later on in the afternoon. Yesterday we saw a lot of talking points in each category. We've had a bunch of different views on how things could go. And in the 1,000 category, we did see, of course, the comeback of the very fast German rider Markus Reiterberger. But in combined practice times, we had Zakwan Zaidi, the defending champion, first and fastest. Markus Reiterberger completing second, and in third is the new kid in the ASB 1000 category, Andy Farid. Now looking on the order as well, we had Azan Shah, who came up fourth. It looked a lot better for Azan Shah this time around in comparison to last season. So we expect big things. And Haruki Noguchi as well, not too far at all, in fifth. Now in 600, it was quite an interesting story. We had the comeback of Karel Idampawi last season, and he's coming back this season and looking really strong. He's topped nearly every session that he's had since the test that we had a few days ago. And Nakare in the Thai ride as well. Finishing up in second in combined practice, and Ratapong Willarot riding alone for the Yamaha Thailand racing team, doing a good job there in third. When we look at the 250 class, it was a very familiar sight. We had the Astra Honda racing team taking first and second in the form of Hedjan Adnan Firdaus and Reza Danica, but then one of the Thai riders, Jakipat Futisan, he completed up in third and he split the Astra Hondas. Veda Ega Pratama was fourth fastest for the Astra Honda team, and in fifth was Muklada Sarapuach, who's come back once again into the Asia Road Racing Championship. In the TVS class, we have a lot of new names, and the new names that are really impressing this time is the likes of Muzakir and Ramdan Rosli. They finished up in second and third, but Piawat Patumios was really in a league of his own, 0.8 seconds ahead in the combined practice times, and he's looking really, really confident this time around. And in the all-exciting underbone class, the one that we love to watch always, and that's full of action, we have Nazrul Izzat continuing his string of good form. He's fastest currently in the combined practices, so he'll be looking good coming into the qualifying. He's half a second ahead of Hafiza Rofa in second, and the legendary Ahmad Fazi Sham, he completes the top three, also half a second down from Nazrul Izzat.
And I'd like to add my greetings to Daniels, to Day 2, round 1 of the 2023 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. There's a lot to talk about this morning as the underbones come out for qualifying. And Daniel, I think perhaps the biggest surprise we had was very early on, and it was in this class when we saw the fastest ever lap around Chang International Circuit, and it just seemed to come from nowhere from Nazrul Izzat.
Yeah, it was really it was the perfect lap for Nazrul Izzat because he was 0.5 seconds faster than anyone else, and yeah, I think it really is as Ron Hawk said in the press conference, that this round should be a record-breaking round, and yeah, the times are really just dropping rapidly. I think especially in these conditions currently, in cooler conditions, we should see some decent lap times.
Yeah, that was of course in the first session yesterday, and we saw the best times throughout the 5 classes early in the day.
I think right now it's just a matter of whether the riders have woken up yet, because it is a very early session, 7:40 in the morning.
Yeah, there could be a few riders slumbering there as they wait for the group to build up. This is always something that causes consternation in race control, but it never seems to change really.
It is the nature of this category, the way it is. There's Ahmed Fazi Sham. He's one of the really intelligent riders here when it comes to finding the right slipstream.
Yeah, and he had yet another really good session yesterday. Ended up 3rd on combined times, and yeah, he was the 3rd of 3 riders into the 159s. It really took us by surprise yesterday morning when Nazrul put in that lap, and then Hafisa followed. So just to recap, if people are new to underbone qualifying, so this is a 30-minute session. You can see there's 27 minutes left. The idea here is to get into the top 15, because the first 15 grid positions are decided by a Super Pole shootout, which will take place later this morning. So this qualifying session, it's all important to get into the top 15. And if we look at the combined times yesterday, the 15th fastest rider was Shafiq Rasul for 1XOX TKKR. But let's see, anything can change. So the session will gradually get up to speed, and towards the end you will see a real fight for riders wanting to get into the top 15.
Another interesting name was Wawan Wello. He was one of the fastest riders in practice 1, but in the combined times he was down in 9th. But Wawan Wello has been impressive, so I think we can expect something special from him this weekend in the race. Murbil Vitoni as well doing a good job. He was in 6th. And Iza Mikma as well, the young Malaysian rider. He was up in 8th with the SK Honda racing team.
Yeah, as the pace picks up a bit now, there is Izzat Zaidi, who missed out by 1 point on the championship. Aji Trilixana, of course, was the 2022 champion, and Izzat Zaidi was just 1 point behind him in an incredibly tight championship battle that was replicated through other classes as well. And indeed, there is he's now riding for Cardinals, and we just saw his teammate there, number 13, Akid Aziz. Another very distinguished underbone rider. We saw him in AP 250s last year, but he's come back to this category with Cardinals, who've had a complete rider change. And in the middle of that lot, you can see on the orangey red looking bike is Pascon San Luang, the Thai rider that we saw debut in this class back in November for the last round here at Chang International Circuit. He didn't have such a great day yesterday. His best time was a 2:03.499. There are some big gaps in times here, but those gaps seem to disappear when the racing starts in this category. In that sense, underbones are quite different from the larger capacity classes, the 600s and the 1000s, we saw wafer thin differences between lap times, and sometimes the races can see some bigger gaps on the circuit, but this is the opposite. See big gaps in lap times, and then typically 15 riders fighting for the lead.
Yeah, I want to take note as well that like for riders such as April King, April did well in the third practice session, but of course in the second and third practice sessions the lap times were about 1 or 2 seconds slower than we had in the first practice session in the morning. So it is a bit harder to gauge, but the ones that we do know and who have been consistent are in the top 10. They've been constantly at the top of their groups.
And what we do know, of course, is that the race will be run in hot conditions, because the race is scheduled for 1:15, so that's pretty much peak hot.
Yeah, we had nearly 38 to 40 degrees Celsius recorded here over the past week during around that time. So these riders will be in the scorching heat. It will be a challenge for them and the team, especially for the reliability of the machines.
Yeah, a lot of these riders, of course, do come from hot countries, but they've been expressing shock at just how intense the heat is here. It is, however, quite dry. There's Nazarol trundling in, followed by Izat, number 98. Change of colours for Cardinals as well. Black and yellow last year, so very different colour scheme for them.
Quite liking the light blue colour scheme, though.
Yeah, it's really distinctive. Cardinals are good at doing distinctive colour schemes, actually. They were one of the easier bikes to pick out last year as well.
Right now the fastest time coming in is a 2:01.1 from Wawan Wello. The closest in second is Charles Shazras at 2:02.4.
Yeah, Wawan Wello on the move as well on his current lap. So the time's coming down, as we would expect in the cool conditions.
Charles Shazras as well, he's on an improving lap. He's just behind the likes of Wawan Wello and one of the SEK riders. I think that's Pachargon in front of him. And sandwich in between them is the likes of April King Moscardo. So April currently running with a 2:04.644.
Yep, April King's form is good now. He's really found his feet in this series. He came good towards the end of the season.
Improvements there for the top two. Wawan Wello and Charles Shazras both improving. Wawan Wello doing a 2:01, Shazras a 2:01.4. Izamikmo has gone up into third now.
Yeah, Charol was down on combined times yesterday, but we know he's a really quick rider. Rinaldi Pradana, another new name to this championship. But going pretty well in fourth with a 2:02. Less than 10 minutes into this session, so those times are pretty good. I think I just saw Nazarol trundling around the outside of turn 3.
Now we have some decent lap times at the top 5, but still not where we expect them to be. I think in the last 10 minutes we'll start seeing the times drop below 2:01s, maybe a 1:59 here and there.
Yeah, just looking for Hafisa Rofa. He had a quick, I think he's in that pack. He had a quick sector 1 though.
It is a good lap coming in from Hafiza, but I'm not sure if he has any slipstream to help him for this last bit coming up. He has a lot of hungry riders behind him who are going to feed off the slipstream. I think there's Shafiq Russell as well. I think Shafiq is the third rider in this group.
Yeah, there is Hafisa Rofa. We were talking in very favourable terms about him and the form he's in, and the way he's able to put laps and races together. Really one to watch this year. And it was you, Daniel, that was talking just about his precision on the bike. So I'm really intrigued to see what he'll do, assuming he finishes in the top 15 in this session, how he'll go in Superpole.
There we go. Hafiza up into third now at 2:01.5. Wahyu Aji, who's right behind him as well, just gone up into 4th at 201.6.
Seems like the cream is starting to rise to the top.
Top speed-wise, that's coming from Wahyu Aji, 173.9 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, that's quick on these bikes, isn't it? There's 178. That's the Vietnamese rider, Nguyen Antoine, who we saw in this championship last year. What did he do on combined times? He was down the bottom, towards the bottom of the order.
As he stands right now, he's not doing too bad. It's a bit of improvement in regards to the gap from the top, but everything will unfold in the last 10 minutes, so it is still hard to gauge.
Yeah, and there's another one to watch out for. Just went through on your screen. That was the number 32 of Pacharagon. He's the youngest rider in this class, and we've quite often seen shockingly good performances from very young riders. Pacharagon is 12 years old, and very much fancied by the Thai authorities that have powers that have put him into this series.
I think I remember seeing him in the Thailand Talent Cup last year, and he was quite a good performer. So definitely a young talent with plenty of potential.
And Gupita Krishna just coming down into turn 12 there. Gupita, 2 times champion, jumps up into 2nd place that time around.
Wow, the timings have started to drop already. A 2:06 from both Izzat Zaidi and Gupita. Izamikmal a 2:07, so there we go. The time's already starting to drop below the 2:01s.
Yeah, top 10, all 2:01s. And riders we would expect to come up would be Ahmad Fazrul Sham, Fazli Sham down in 21st at the moment. That's not going to stay like that.
Yeah, he's definitely just waiting for the right moment by the looks of it.
So let's just watch the sector. Watch for purple in the sector times, because he could come through at any moment when he decides to pull the pin.
Another one that shouldn't be where he is currently is Murbil Vitoni. So he hasn't set a fast lap yet.
Yeah. Vitoni was really quick on his debut here a year ago.
Oh dear. That's a crash involving 2 riders. I think one of those involved is Pascual Sanlois.
Yeah, Pascual is the one with the really orange bike that's in the gravel. The other one, I'm not sure.
That's a fast-paced crash. I believe that's at turn 8. And let's see if we can see who's the other rider involved. It's one of the JRT bikes. Is that Mafazur Sham that's involved there?
Couldn't be sure. Fazrul Sham currently occupying 15th, so he'll need to get back on and do something. And Pascon currently 7th.
Let's see what happened here. So it looks like the rider on the inside just lost the front, and Pascon was just a passenger there. So
yeah,
that's really unfortunate for him.
Yeah, Pascon was going well. Hopefully, whatever damage that is, can be fixed, or at least hope. He's in P7 currently. Hopefully that will stand him in good enough stead for Superpole.
Yeah, if he's lucky, he'll still be in the top 15 by the end of this. And yeah, it looked like that was Fazrul Sham. So unfortunate for Fazrul Sham, because I remember seeing yesterday they had some issues with the bike as well. And yeah, I guess the hopes for Super Pole pretty much are gone now with 14 minutes left. But they should still be able to do something in the race. I think riders like Amafaz or Sham, they can always bring a surprise.
Yeah. Well, we have seen people win from further back.
Yeah, definitely.
So
In this category, anything is possible. There we go. Wawawelo has just gone the fastest for sector 1, so yeah, I think we're going to start seeing 159s coming up shortly.
Just take a look for the Filipino riders. Where is April King? The timing screens are all over the place at the moment, but April King's down in 21st at the moment. So there's another rider that we'll expect to come up. That's Nazarul, number 87. I think he was alongside then Wawanwelo. Yeah.
Nazrul, he's a smart rider when it comes to finding where to put himself on the track. He always knows to make sure that he's around the fastest riders. And speaking of fastest riders, Wawanwelo with 2:06.
Yeah, it was good lap from him.
We have a lap time cancel for Izzat Zaidi, for Izzat Zaidi, April King, and I believe that's for Hazik. Sorry, Giancarlo.
Yeah, this is an important position taken by the regulations for qualifying in particular. We didn't see anything of it yesterday because it was just free practice, but if riders exceed track limits, then they will have their laps cancelled. 122, one of the 3 1XOX TKKR bikes. Some illustrious teammates, Fiza Rofa and Ahmad Fazli Sham.
So they're just trying to get Shafiq's bike into good shape to be in the top 15. Shafiq is one of the promising talents from Malaysia. Him and Hafiza Rofa, they seem to work together well. And speaking of the 1XOX team, I think about Fazli Sham, he's just shot up into the 10th position, so he's up into the top 10. He's done a 2:01.6. Still, just under 12 minutes remaining, things can change very quickly.
Yeah, Fazli Sham would be one of those I would expect to move up. It's Nazarul Izzat again and Wawanwelo working together, or at least competing together. Nazarul's got the inside under braking for turn 12 here.
It's a good leg coming in from Wawanwelo as well. You come across on Nazarul Izzat, he goes up to the top at 2:04.
Yeah. Yeah, those two definitely helped rather than hindered each other. Izzat Zaidi, Gupta Krishna, Izam Iqmal have both jumped in front of Nazarul as we were speaking.
But there's Patragon, the young 12-year-old Thai rider coming in this category.
Patragon, yeah, he's currently making the cut in P14. We're seeing about probably slightly more than half the riders currently in the pits. And there is Ahmad Fazli Sham, the man with the plan.
I feel like we're just going to have a huge group of riders coming out for the final maybe 6-7 minutes. It is going to be a run to see who makes it to Super Pole. For now, it looks like some adjustments with the sprockets there for Ahmad Fazli Sham. This should be Amafazor Sham's bike getting fixed back.
Yeah, it did take a big whack on the handlebars. I see them fixing that. Could be the Krishna there coming out. Currently third. He usually, he often qualifies well, let's say.
It's been a good session from Gupita, even in the combined practice. Gupita was up into 4th, so it's not a bad job at all from Gupita so far. He's only 0.03 seconds off the top. There's Wayaji going back into pit lane. Wayaji currently, he sits down in 9th with a 201.6. There's Gupita Krishna with a lonely ride currently on track.
Yeah, he's got his business face on, hasn't he? This is only an outlap, but he's clearly shaping up for the final assault with 8 minutes remaining. It is all about to go crazy out there on track. It's Marlon Weller's machine. And Marlon Weller. So his bike in slightly better shape than his teammate, Fazrul Sham. I think they're going to get that out for the last few minutes, yeah.
It looks like they might go out together, and maybe Waman Weller is going to help Amafazor Sham go up the order a bit.
Yeah, he's still trying to knock his right clip-on back into shape. Oh, there you go. Gupita's come back in.
Very interesting mind games being played currently. I think Gupita is just trying to figure out whether they're all going to come up by the time he makes it around, but I think he's realized that everyone's still back in pit lane.
Yeah, Murabil Vitoni propping up the order. We know he's capable of much more than that. Currently on an outlap. Will he come back in as well? This is so tactical.
Yeah, I mean, in total, Murabil Vitoni has already done 4 laps, but he hasn't set an actual lap time. So, is this completely a tactic from him and the team? Do they just want to leave it till the end? It's a risky move, but it looks like it might pay off because everyone's coming out now. We have Giancarlo Mauricio and April King out there together. I think there's Guyan Antoine as well, who's joined them. Here comes Waman Weller, Nazrul Izzat, and Amafazor Sham. As we saw earlier, Nazrul Izzat sticking to the tail of Waman Weller.
Yeah, that seemed to be working.
And look at that image now. Out of nowhere, there's a large group of riders coming out for the final 6 minutes in qualifying. This is the typical image that we see in the underblown class.
Yeah, the rider at the front and several others predictably ran wide into the turn 3 car park area.
A large group of riders going wide there.
And Gupita returns to the track. So what's he got on his mind? Seasoned campaigner that he is. There'll be a plan there, and he nearly always qualifies well here.
It's looking like Sunday traffic on a highway. There's April King. He's just cruising around waiting for the group to form. He's at Zaidi there as well. And there's Wayaji in front of him. Akinazes, he's looking a lot better this time round in comparison to his practice times. He's up into 13th.
Yeah, Pascon's bike having some attention there as well. He was taken out by Fazrul Sham. So a bit of work being done on his bike. Hopefully he'll get out, because I don't think he's going to finish this session in 7th position where he is at the moment.
It looks like they might just get his bike up for a few minutes.
what he wants to do is get into the group as he comes out of pit lane. He's got some good advice there from his team owner, Wee Chi Wee. Nobody knows how to ride a light motorcycle better than him. Okay, and race direction warning all riders. This takes me back to my days as an official. Yeah.
The officials are definitely having a good look at what's going on there. We saw pretty much traffic building up there.
And 4 minutes remaining. This is kind of crazy.
They're really leaving it quite late for this push. They should get about maximum 2-3 laps. The ones in the picture right now.
Well, there's less than 4 minutes remaining, so that's going to be really tight.
Oh yeah, they should just have only 2 laps by the looks of it, yes.
Yeah, they're going to have to push for that. Anyway, the pin will be pulled now, undoubtedly.
Look at the train of riders coming through now from turn 1 into turn 2.
Yeah, that little kink there is turn 2. So let's see, nobody's going to run wide this time, I don't think, unless it's a mistake.
It looks like, I think that's Patragon who's going to be in a good position for a decent lap time. He's got in front of him, I believe he's at Zaidi's at the front there, as well as April King.
April King still away from the cut.
As well, he's out there just following, as always, the likes of Wamamuelo.
Both Cardinals bikes, Akid Aziz and Izzat Zaidi ran off there.
I'm wondering if if some of the riders ran wide, I wonder if they realize how little time there is left. Because they waste any more time and don't set a good lap time in the coming lap, then where they are is where they will remain.
Yes, exactly. This group is getting down to business. Let's pick out some of the riders here. Nasrul is at the front. No surprise there. Very close to just behind.
Shadras, he's just got good slipstream there. Gupita as well.
Yeah, there's some good quality there. Zik Farouz, I think, is in there. Runs wide. Oh, Shafiq Rasool that was that ran wide.
Gupita went really deep there on the final turn and nearly knocked Shadras off his bike, but it's all clean so far. Giancarlo Mauricio, he goes up into 6th position. April King into the top 15. Is that Nazrul Izzat who's just backed off from this?
I think so. But it's not obvious why he would do that.
I really feel that it's the case of them not realizing that this would be the final lap that they get to complete. At the front there, I believe that is the likes of Hazik Hamdan.
Is that Hazik or is that Islamic Mel?
Can't really see, the numbers were quite far away, but for now, there's Amafazi Sham though.
Yeah.
He's running in 11th. Doesn't look like he's really pushing.
Kid Aziz. Looking back from Wayuaji's number 60 machine. Wayuaji, the defending champion, currently in P10, if that means anything at this stage, which I sincerely doubt. April King's at the front of that group.
We do have good lap times coming in from Izzat, Hafiza and Giancarlo. Mafazi Shami, he's just lashed himself behind this group, but I think he's not going to be improving at all in this lap. Hafiza is still on a hot lap. A good sector 2 from him.
Yeah, there is Hafiza.
It looks like Giancarlo has backed off in this lap. His sector 2 was much slower than Hafiza's, but for now Hafiza's going to get good slipstream into the final turn. At the front there, Gupita Kresna, Hazik Fares as well. He's at Zaidi. Oh, Hafiza slowed down quite a lot going in there, so I don't think it's going to be an improving lap time.
Okay, all eyes on the timing screen.
It is a fastest lap time from Hafiza, even with that incident at the final turn. A 2:04.
Nice work. Wamanwelo just bumped down to second, is at third. And the final finisher there is Akid Aziz. So Daniel's going to make his way down to speak to Hafiza Rofa. A very clever last lap from a very clever underbone rider. And Wamanwelo also very good throughout this session. Izzat Zaidi got a good lap in early, and Gurpreet Krishna, he performed well through as well, and Isam Iqbal also impressive. So the last rider to qualify for Super Pole is the 2018 champion, Akid Aziz, as we just look at some riders lining up. Do a practice start. That was Ronaldo Pradana first. It looks like Hafiza's going next, together with Nazrul Izzat. And Wayuaji finished ninth. There's a few late changes going on the timing screens. Wayuaji 11th. April King Moscato made the cut. He came in 14th. The only one of the three Filipino riders to do so. John Emerson Inguito was 19th. 21st was Giancarlo Maurizio. Fazrul Sham, who had that crash, he finished in P20, so there's a lot of quality down the order, including Murabil Vitoni too. Just one or two amendments we're hearing being made to the timing. Could be that some riders exceeded track limits. So as we wait for that to sort itself out. But notably good performance there from Hafiza Rofa. Fazli Sham 10th, Wayuaji 9th. Still moving around a little bit. Pascal Sandloing is still showing in 8th. I'm not sure, oh, he did make it out, but I'm not sure if he got a quick lap in at the end. But that was a good performance from the new-ish rider. There is Hafiza Rofa. He'll be talking to Daniel very soon, no doubt about what he achieved out there in that qualifying session. As the first, in fact, we'll be we're going to go with the keep things on schedule, and we'll do the interviews after Super Pole. Okay, the results are still under investigation, so we'll just wait a little while for that graphic to come up. Let's take another look at that qualifying session. There's a rider who performed well all the way through the session. There was Gurpreet Krishna, ended up in P4. Tactically clever, going out on an outlap, coming back into the pits, waiting for other riders to go out, which is always what the officials tell riders. Don't hang around out on track. If you want to wait for someone, go back through pits. There is number 98. Izzat Zaidi, riding this year for the Cardinals team in that distinctive bright blue Yamaha, and just ahead of him is Pascon. Nazrul Izzat going up inside. He featured well, as we would have expected, all the way through. And just going through there was Wawan Wello. He ran together, as you can see now, with Nazrul Izzat. And both of them setting very fast times by running together. They didn't get in each other's way at all. They helped each other, the Malaysian and the Indonesian. And there is the rider who we've been talking a lot about in favourable terms yesterday and today, Hafisa Rofa, in amongst the pack there as the checkered flag came out. Across the line, back in that group, but set the fastest lap. As Daniel pointed out at the time, after a slow final corner, he still managed to get the fastest lap, and there he is. And I think we're ready with the results now. And there we go, it's confirmed. Hafisa Rofa fastest with a 2:04.85. Waman Wello second. Third Izzat Zaidi. Fourth Gupita Krishna. Fifth Izam Iqmal. Sixth Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin. Seventh Sharol Shazras. The first one into the 2:01s, everybody else under 2 minutes. Pascorn in 8th. 9th, Wayuaji Trilaksana. 10th, Ahmad Fazli Sham. 11th, Shafiq Rasol. 12th, Ronaldi Pradana for LFN. And Akid Aziz, 13th, in line with his race number. April King Moscado, 14th. 15th, the last rider to make the cut was Haziq Hamdan. 16th, Pacharagon for SEK Honda. Haziq Farouz 17th, 18th, Dimas Julie 19th, John Emerson in Guito 20th, Ahmad Fazrul Sham, who had that crash. Giancarlo Maurizio was 21st, and 22nd was Nguyen Antoine. 23rd, his teammate Nguyen Putri, and 24th, surprisingly, Murabil Bitoni. Hopefully he'll get fixed for this afternoon's race. So that's it for qualifying. We'll be back with the underbones for Super Pole at 10:20. So don't miss that. That's always good. And we'll be back in just a few minutes from now. In fact, just 3 minutes from now, with the qualifying 1A for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You're with us here at Chang International Circuit for round one of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This is qualifying morning. We're into the second qualifying session of the day, which is qualifying 1A for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. So these were the 8 slower riders from yesterday's free practice sessions, and the fastest 2 in this session, as I said, which is just a quick 10-minute blast. The fastest 2 will go into qualifying 1B, which follows immediately this session. So going through there, I saw a new rider to this class, Darren Popp, number 14. Let's just pick out some of the riders here. Fugo Tanaka, number 3. He's a really fast rider. You were watching him yesterday, Daniel, and also Arshad Rushdie, who, as I recall, bagged pole position last time here at Chang International Circuit.
Yeah, Arshad is one of the impressive riders from last season. We saw him towards the end really improve greatly, but this time around in the combined practice times, he was down in 9th. Jagan Kumar as well, he was down in 8th for the combined practice time, so definitely a bit more needed from them.
Yeah, and I think we didn't see anything from Louis Abelard.
Yeah, he was all the way down in 14th. So it's one of the newer names in this championship. It's about 5.3 seconds down, so a bit more to be found.
Yeah, that's a very game-looking Filipino Kuin against Chang, going up the inside of Fugo Tanaka as they came through on that lap. So that was, I think, the first flying lap.
That was, yeah. So not too bad. 153 is already coming in. Just more or less, I think there's an improvement in timing for the likes of Fugo Tanaka. Sorry, close to his fastest time. He did it 152 yesterday.
Yeah, but we did see some really quick times here, as we'll talk about in the next session. But perhaps we'll stay focused on this one because there are only 5.5 minutes remaining. Let's pick out some of the riders here. Just going through, there was Jagan Kumar, number 6, very experienced Indian, making a comeback from injury. He improved during the course of last season. Deepak Ravi Kumar, another Indian rider, on the number 7 machine. Louis Abelard, number 9. Let's see what he can do. Darren Popp, Tongoy, aggressive there.
I'll say the impressive rider so far for me this weekend for the TVS has been Corinne Chang, the Filipino rider coming in for his first season in the TVS Asia One Make. And yeah, not doing too bad at all. 7th fastest in the combined practice times, and currently 2nd fastest, just 0.1 seconds behind Fugo Tanaka.
So that's Taiyo Sato going through, the number 12. I think he's just behind Arshad Rushdie, who we were talking about earlier. We know he can be fast around here, Arshad. Be good to see that again. There he is, the number 6 on the outside of Darren Popp, number 14. Just behind them, Taiyo Sato. And lap times coming down now. That was a good lap from Kerwin. Good call, Daniel. 152.
152.4 from both Kerwin and Fugo Tanaka. Jagan Kumar 153.5. So a bit more to be found for him.
Yeah, big gap between those first 2, so we could talk about provisional promotion to qualifying 1B for Kerwin and Fugo. The second of those bikes was Kerwin, I think. Oh, in fact, that is the 2 fastest riders together. So if they don't get in each other's way, they could stretch the margin. The fastest laps yesterday were in the low 150s, or one of them anyway, by Piawat. We'll see later, but Kerwin trying to push up the inside of Tanaka. Don't know whether that will help or hinder the lap time. And here's the group after them. Let's see, so those are the first two provisional qualifiers for 1B. Next group is led by Jagan Kumar. Arshad Rushdie had a good sector 2, fastest so far.
I'm just wondering how much of a difference his sector 1 is going to make on his lap time. Whether he'll still be able to try and push off Kerwin or Fugo. Oh, really deep there, Kerwin. He looks like a demon on the brakes so far in the session.
He does.
Going up is Fugo Tanaka, 52.3. So both of them doing almost identical lap times. The gap between the pair of them is 0.002 seconds.
Yeah, and Arshad's pushed up into third and into the 152s, but it's not enough.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like if Arshad found himself behind the likes of Fugo or Kerwin, he would have been well within the fight for the top 2 currently.
Yep, he would. Now that's Jagan Kumar running with Tayo Sato at the front of that group. And coming up inside them is Darren Pobb, another rider who's looked quite aggressive so far, out of the newcomers.
I would say, I'm really impressed with how the TVS bikes have improved. In terms of the engine braking, if you remember from round 1 to round 3, they were wild under the brakes and downshifting. But now they just look so smooth going in.
Yeah, they've really got those high compression singles under control. Great work by A-Racer who supply the ECUs for these bikes. They've done a great job.
Darren Popp's done a really good lap time. He had a great sector 1, but his sector 2 is lacking a bit.
Okay, so we've got lap time cancelled for bike number 5. That's Arshad, who exceeded track limits. He's got another crack at it. There's 39 seconds left, and he should cross the line before the checkered flag comes out, so he might even have another flying lap. Arshad number 5, there he is.
On screen there, number 14, that's Darren Popp, the Thai rider. And a really good first sector, and does improve a bit, up to 6th, 152.8. It's just that second sector that really disappointed his lap.
Yeah, Arshad's been bumped down from P3 to P5. Tayo Saito has come up and has got another flying lap to do. They just got through in time, these guys, because the checkered flag is out now.
Now looking at the sector times in sector 1, Arshad Rushdie doing decently. Kerwin as well, not too bad.
Tayo Saito was close.
As well as Fugo Tanaka at the 152.0 on the previous lap. He's looking really good this time.
In these cool conditions, let's see what the times look like in the following session. But I do like the look, as you said, of Kerwin, and I like the look of Darren Popp. I think we're going to see them emerge as really good racers later today and during the course of the season.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it doesn't happen this round, definitely in round 2 or 3, they'll start showing up. Deepa Ravi Kumar, he's not, in regards to timing, he's not too far off, but he's done his 7th now.
Another look at number 14, Darren Pobb.
Kerman's on a really good lap. He's got the fastest sector 2 now, and he's got right in front of him Fugo Tanaka, so he's got good slipstream coming into the final turn. Really smooth, and just depends on the exit now. Let's see what he does as he comes across the line. He does push Fugo Tanaka down. It's a 152.011 from Kerwin Inschan.
That's really tight. Those two guys have earned their promotion to qualifying 1B, that's for sure. Yeah, classy performances from those two. They were clever. They helped each other out rather than got in each other's way. Tayo Saito also performing well, and Jagan Kumar. Good times from them. The ones that are really a little bit off were Deepak and Louis. Let's just take a look at these. Confirmed there. Kuin Eins Chang, 152.011. Next, Fugo Tanaka. Third, Tayo Sato. Fourth, Jagan Kumar. Fifth, Arshad Rushdi. Sixth, Darren Pobtong Yoi. Seventh, Deepak Ravi Kumar. And eighth, Louis Abelhard. So, under the rules, Fugo Tanaka and, Kuin Eins Chang and Fugo Tanaka in that order will go through to qualifying 1B, which will be coming up in just a few minutes from now. So stay with us and we will be back with qualifying 1B, and there's plenty to talk about there. We had some very exciting riders emerge yesterday. We'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. This is the second part of the TVS Asia one-make qualifying. You're here with us at Chang International Circuit in the heart of Thailand, in Buriram. And this is the qualifying morning for round one of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We're excited to be here and back again in action. We just saw a really intriguing qualifying 1A session, which saw Kerwin and Chang and Fugo Tanaka go through into this session, and there are some really exciting new riders in this championship, and some very, very fast lap times. Daniel, we were looking at best time yesterday of 1:50.012, set by none other than Piawat Patumyos, who put himself on pole position in the AP 250 race back in November. He's a fast rider.
He is, yeah, and he's really shown his quality as well in practice. I mean, to be ahead in a one-make championship by 0.8 seconds, that's a humongous gap that he's had. But Muzakkar and Ramdan Rossi as well, the newcomers in this category, they've also done a really good job in second and third.
Yeah, and somehow we've got a minute into this, minute and a half into this qualifying session, and we haven't mentioned Vorapong Malahuan, who is of course the defending champion, but he was pushed down to fourth on combined times by those three newcomers, Piawat, Muzakkar and Ramdan Rosli.
And I said the competition's much stiffer this time around for Vorapong. We know that he's really one of the fastest riders in this category for sure. We saw how talented he is last season. And of course, being the development rider for this TVS Apache RR310, he will have a lot of mileage on the bike. He will need to find something special to stop the charge of Piawat, Muzakkar and Ramdan.
Yeah. So that's the outlap complete. And there are just 7.5 minutes left on the clock for this session, which will determine the first 8 grid positions. And Vorapong will be keen to establish himself. He's running the number 1 on his bike this year. You can just see him coming up into third place, going inside another rider into turn 3, wearing the white helmet. There's a few helmet sponsorship opportunities in this category we can see here.
Just looking at the sector times, it is a bit early to tell already who's going to be at the top, but Muzakkar, the fastest sector time coming in from sector 1.
Yeah, it's Ramdan Rosli, the number 10, leading there, who was impressive yesterday too. Tikitiano Aldi, who was one of the top riders last year, he's in that group too.
There is quality in this field, in the shape of Ramdan as well, who's had experiences. Something really off there, but yeah, Ramdan has had experiences in the British Superbike Championship, CEV, Wildcards, and the Moto2 Championship as well. So he comes with plenty of experience. And second sector as well as Muzakkar once again. He's gone faster through both. At the front there, that's Ramdan Rosli. Behind him is Kewa Ahmed.
So first flying lap, let's see what shakes out. And it is Muzakkar Mohammed, the fastest in all sectors, so nice little lap from him. Fugo Tanaka, who came through from qualifying 1A, second best, but half a second slower than Muzakkar. Kerwin also through from qualifying 1A in third on a 1:52.1, so something like his time he recorded in that first session. But we really are looking at the 150s now in this category.
Piawat just gone fastest in sector 1. Muzakkar slowed down a bit on this lap. He's the only rider in the 150s. Sorry, below 151s. But Piawat, he's on a hot lap. He's going to come through. See if we can spot him on track. There we go, number 13. if he can get some good slipstream down the back straight later, he will definitely be in the at least mid 150s.
Piawat pushing hard there, number 13. The cameras are wisely staying with him because he will shake up the order.
That's a really rapid second sector from Piawat.
He's just skinned Warapong going through that last corner.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this could be a 149 coming in from Piawat, because that second sector was half a second faster than Warapong. This could be a really good left from Piawat. He's just going to come down the straight now and into the bit of elbow touching there.
Yeah, it's Fugo Tanaka that leads this group into the final turn. So set the timing screen alight.
And it is a 149.7 from Piawat Patumios.
Beautifully called, Daniel. Yeah, Piawat 149.742. Incredible.
Just trying to do a bit of comparison with the 250 class. A 149 would have been faster than Herjan Adnan Firdaus yesterday in practice.
It is. This class, in terms of speed, lap times have surpassed to the AP 250 class yesterday. A lot of it is about straight line, I think.
Yeah.
They were doing 205s at the end of last year. Now that we're seeing 210s from the fastest bikes through the speed trap here, which is somewhere around where those bikes are now. But that was absolutely killer lap from Piawat. Somebody's gone wide then. Vorapong's put himself into P3. So that's good move by him. His best time 150.9. I think that's better than he did yesterday. Yeah, a good deal better than what he did yesterday.
Just on screen there was Muhammad Muzakir coming through the frame. Was Piawat there?
Yeah, Piawat just in between those two groups. There's no purple on the sector times this time around.
The way Muzakir is riding so aggressive, because you just see chatter coming in as he went on the gas. He's quite the aggressive rider. I think I just saw at the bottom there, Vorapong, he was going back to pit lane.
It was, yeah. That was Vorapong. So that will be his session done by the time he goes through, and if he comes back out again, because there's just 2 minutes remaining as these guys cross the line.
These guys keep pushing on this lap. They should have one more lap coming up after this. And then Rosli, he's not having the best session so far. Yesterday he managed a 151.4. Currently his fastest lap time is a 152.4.
Yeah, a bit more to come from him, unless he's got some kind of problem. But yeah, he was consistently one of the fastest yesterday. Okay, so Muzakir is not going to get a fast one this time around.
He ran really, really wide there, turn 3. But he will get the slipstream behind Deki Tiano. I think if he lines this up well, he should be in a good position for the next lap.
There's Ramdan Rosley, number 10.
It seems Vorapong has come back out of pit lane, but I don't think he will be able to make it before the checkered flag.
Okay, so just seeing Ramdan Rosley. His 5th lap time cancelled, so that would have been the last time around.
As of right now, Kurwanins Chang doing a good job. He's up into 5th at 151.8. I think this is his fastest lap time so far of the weekend.
Becky 6th, Kemal Ahmed 7th, and Ramdan Rosley 8th. And now, we're just watching KY Ahmed come through to complete his penultimate lap, because there's still 12 seconds or so before the checkered flag comes out.
Oh, Ramdan Rossi up into 2nd at 1:50.8. It's a really good lap from Ramdan.
Yeah, Vorapong and Deki Tiano also in the 150s. There is Vorapong. But that's his session done. So his best lap 150.9, which is an improvement on yesterday. We know what a ferocious racer he is. So this will be a really good. This will be a really good session. Yeah, as they go on the last drying lap here.
Muzaki is on a really good lap. He's just gone fastest through sector 1. Piawat as well, he's also pushing through. So will we see two 149s? Because Muzaki is on a hot one. I think Piawat's also decided to push. Muzaki's got traffic in front of him. He's going on the outside there. I wonder if that slowed him down by any means, but Ramdan as well, he's on a decent one. Deki Tiano is also on a good lap.
Oh. Yeah, Muzaki really sliced past the other riders then.
Wow, Muzaki really pushing it on.
Yeah, that was a decent sector 2 from him.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to knock Piawat off pole, because Piawat did do a 41 in sector 2. Muzaki just come across with a 42. So let's see, it's all down to the final turn now. Here comes Muhammad Muzakir, keeping just off the green part of the track. And it's a 150.388. It's an improvement, but it's not good enough to knock Piawat off pole.
Yeah, and project leader Vorapong retains his front row position. He'll start from the outside of the front row. Ramdan Rosli, who had one of his fast laps cancelled when he ran wide. Ramdan Rosli will lead the second row from Deki Tiano Aldi. And Fugo Tanaka completing the top 8. First 8 places is Kewe Ahmed and Kuin Eins Chang. And here are the results official. Fastest Piawat Patumios, and look at that lap time, 149.742. Ahead of Muzakir Mohammed, 150.388. Third, Vorapong Malahuan. Fourth, Ramdan Rosli. Fifth, Deki Tiano Aldi. Sixth, Fugo Tanaka. Seventh, KY Ahmed. And eighth, Kuin Eins Chang. A lot more to come from those guys, especially perhaps Kuin. I think we're going to see a good race from him, good race from Vorapong. Some real quality in this TVS Asia One Make Championship now. Daniel's gone on a quick trot over to talk to Piawat, so I'll be joining him shortly. And the remaining grid positions, there will be in total 14 starters this afternoon, will have been determined by the qualifying times in the qualifying 1A session. Once again, we've seen it in Underbones. We've seen lap times that we just did not expect. And it was Piawat who did it this time. Let's just take another look now at that session. And here is the number one, the defending champion, Vorapong Malahuan, going through to complete. That was actually an out lap that he did then. But a decent session for him after being a little bit quiet yesterday in free practice. Muzakir Mohammed, number 11, he really set the place alight, pushing really hard. He's a fast, aggressive rider, and this was a really great session for him. But he wasn't able, despite pushing as hard as he did, he wasn't able to surpass the stunning lap from Piawat, who put in a 149 to take the pole position. And that is Piawat, the number 13. He is a good qualifier. We know this from his AP 250 days. So it's Piawat breaks new ground for the TVS Asia. We're just waiting for Daniel to get in position with the pole winner, Piawat Patumios. a protege, or possibly a prodigy of Honda Thailand. And gracing the TVS Championship this year, and we'll go down to Daniel, who's going to have a word with him.
All right, we're down here with the pole man for the TVS Asia 1 mate, Piawa Patumio. So, Piawa, we've seen you brilliant in the AP250 class, and now you're in the TVS Asia 1 mate championship. How do you feel about qualifying?
วันนี้ก็เหมือนผมได้มาขี่รายการ TVS เป็นสนามแรกแล้ววันนี้ก็เป็นวันที่2ที่ได้จับรถเมื่อวานก็จับไป2อาทิตย์วันนี้เช้าก็ได้คอลิฟายก็ทำเวลาดีขึ้นตามลำดับก็รู้สึกมั่นใจมากขึ้นครับเพราะว่าเวลาตัวเองมาอยู่ในหัวแถวตลอดเวลาเลยก็สนามนี้ก็จะตั้งใจทำให้มันดีที่สุดนะครับเพราะว่าใจลึกก็อยากจะหวังไว้ว่าอยากจะวินเนอร์โพเดียมเท่านั้นครับ
Thank you so much, Piawa. Good luck for the race.
Welcome back to round one of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. You were joining us here at Chang International Circuit in Buriram in the beating heart of Thailand. It's great to be back here. We of course finished the season in November at Chang International last year after some impossibly close title battles, and we're back and it's looking really intriguing across all classes again already. We had a pre-season official test here at Buriram on Tuesday and Wednesday this week. And turning to the class that you can see on track now, the AP 250s, the big story was that the Astra Hondas, the three Astra Hondas, locked out the best times in testing, and yesterday too, until the very last session when the Thai rider got amongst them. That is Jakrapat Putisan. So it seemed as though Astra Honda were dominating, and then Jakrapat did really well yesterday and got amongst it, the best of the three Thai riders. So you've got three Works Thai Honda riders, three Works Astra Honda riders. It's been a really interesting, it's developing in a really interesting way. We thought it's all going Astra Honda's way, but now I'm not so sure, Daniel.
Yeah, they looked dominant in most of the sessions, but yeah, right at the end there, they got split by Jakrapat. So it is an interesting mix that we have now. Maklada as well, we can't discount Maklada. We know she's going to bring something special.
And the other debutant there was Tanat Leon Pliao. There's a rider down here. That is one of the Bunsu Hondas.
So that's Mohsin Paraman from Honda Racing India.
Ah, okay.
It's down at turn 3. Let's see what happened here. Just went in. Ooh, okay, that's a nasty crash.
Yeah.
Just clipped the rear tire of one of the EST bikes. It looks fine, so that's good to see.
Oh well, the runoff area, there is a big runoff area there for very good reason. But he's running back down the straight there. Might be a good idea to come in for a checkup. So going through there was one of the Vietnamese riders, Nguyen De Tan, who we saw quite a bit of last season. He's been followed by the number 50 machine of Kavin Sama-Quintal, another new Indian rider here. Two new Indian riders in this category.
Ooh, it's
and another tight moment there. Getting involved there was the number 27 of Chihiro Ishii, a new rider to this class in the STG Heart Pro team. Seems like they need a little bit of time to settle down and get their eye in, Daniel. What do you think about those last two last two incidents?
Well, both of them, I think, just very hungry riders, and yeah, that's really close. But for now, yeah, the STG Heart Pro coming into the 250 class. Looking at the team is expanding. We'd love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was fantastic to have them here with Haruki Noguchi last year. They have come in with the 250s, and they're making noises that they really like this championship and could expand further. So let's hope we do see that. And just taking a look here at Mukladar Sarapurch, who we last saw in AP 250s back in 2019. Bit of an up and down season for her. She finished 4th along the way, grabbing pole positions, wins, and so on, as she does. In 2022, she was in the All Japan Championship 600s, acquitted herself well there, but has come back to AP 250s. As I was saying yesterday, it saves us asking a lot of questions. Where's Mukladar? Well, she's here, she's back, and she's here for the season.
It's really great to see Maklada back, and even though in the combined practice she was 5th, I think definitely when it comes to the race situation, there will be special maneuvers pulled now the Astra Hondas, they've just gone first, second, and third.
Have become very accustomed to seeing that. It was only Jack Rapat that has upset that in 3 days of testing, if you count the 2 days of testing and free practice yesterday. And Cal Vietnam, who's had a few good sessions along the way as well, along with the Astra Hondas. The Honda Vietnam have got the new version of this CBR 250 RR.
So that's just gone up into second at 151.9. Really aggressive the way she enters that final turn.
Yeah, and Moret putting himself into the top 3 as well. So interesting early moves here after a scary opening lap or two.
It's nearly 2 Honda Racing India riders down, but coming away clean at the end was complete likes of Seti Rajiv on that occasion.
And if you had to pick a favourite in this class, you would probably pick that rider, Reza Danica, RN's 2018 champion, and missed the title last season on countback to Andy Fadley, who's moved up to Super Sport 600, but a really superb 250 racer, Reza Danica, RN's. He's going to take some stopping over the course of the season.
Reza's just come across with a 150.897. His teammate Veda Ega doing a 151.4. So Reza, for now, he's in a class of his own. He's about half a second faster than his 2 teammates, 1 second faster than Muklada in 4th.
And shout there for Waret Tongnopakun in P5. He's riding for the EST NJT team. They seem to be in fairly close cahoots with the official Honda team in Thailand. Waret has raced for them previously.
Leg down there as he came across the pit boards. I think perhaps just trying to indicate to the team that there's something not too right with this bike. But for now, Muklada, she goes up into second, a 151.3.
It's very early days in this qualifying session. We've still got more than 20 minutes left in a 30-minute session. But it hasn't so far gone all the way of the 3 Astra Hondas, which we were becoming very used to seeing. That's Herjit leading the Astra Honda new rider in this class, Vida Iga Pratama. He's taken a few turns at the top of the timing sheets as well along the way, so another brilliant rider from the Astra Honda Talent Factory.
I was going to say previously, for the only ones who could break the rhythm for the Astra Honda team was the likes of Andy Fadli and Aiki Yoshi, but this time Aiki Yoshi, he doesn't have the strike partner of Andy. He has Liu Chun Mei. I think Liu still needs a bit more of a feeling into this AP250 class to really be that partner for Aiki.
Yeah, Aiki is pretty experienced in this class now. I think it's fair to say he had a rotten season last year. A lot of it was just terrible luck. And shout to the organisers here, who've just delivered a new chair for the commentator suffering with a bad back. In fact, 2 chairs. So there you go. Nothing is too much trouble at Chang International Circuit.
3 chairs, actually. Big shout out to the Chang International Circuit. Thank you very much.
Reza Danica taking a break in the pits now. So we just take a look there at Reza. Everything very under control. He's grown in confidence even since his title in 2018. He's a really articulate rider. He gives you real insight when you talk to him, doesn't he, Daniel?
Yeah, definitely. He's a very well composed rider. And I just want to talk about top speeds real quick, because I think the fastest top speed has come from Warit Thong Napakun, 2:01. He's the only rider going into the 200, so good job from the team in getting that bike sorted for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is Warwick on that really distinctive pinky colour. I still don't know what to call that colour. Have you got any ideas? I'm leaning towards fuchsia pink.
Yeah. I'm always wrong when I try and guess a colour. For now, here is the likes of Jakufat Futesan.
Yeah, nice run from him yesterday. To split those Astras. Talked about the Astra Honda Talent Factory. Well, Thai Honda have got one too of some note, and that's Tanat Leong Pliao, another one who has joined the series this season. And they've joined Muktadar Sarapich, of course, and that Honda Racing Thailand team. So she is elsewhere right now.
Yeah, I was going to mention that it looks like Muklada is not riding with her two teammates. She's gone back into pit lane, actually, by the looks of it. And yeah, for now, for Honda Thailand, it's just Jakipat and Tanat Lang Piao.
And looking at other familiar riders here, decent start here for the Indian rider Setu Rajiv, who's moved from Honda Racing India to Victor Racing Yamaha for this season. 153.3, that's good enough to put him 11th at this almost halfway point in the qualifying session. And there we are, we can take another good look at those gorgeous colours of ES NJT. And Urgent and Vida coming back into the pits too. So this is break time, like any qualifying session. The pins will be pulled in the closing minutes.
I do want to give a shout out to what you mentioned earlier with Setu Rajiv. Really good improvement from them. Yesterday in practice time, Setu only managed to do a 156. So a 153.3, that's a more than a 3-second improvement from Setu and Victor Racing. And top job from them, knowing that their machinery isn't the latest yet. They're coping well and they're moving forward.
Yeah, it's a great team to have in the paddock. Victor Racing, a storied team indeed in this in the Asia Road Racing Championship. There's new colours there for the Motor Sniper team this year. Got used to seeing them in green.
The Moto Sniper team with 3 riders here from Ardian Shah, Akiyoshi and Liu Chin Mei.
Yeah, and of those, Irfan was in 600s last year, and actually he did pretty well. But in 2019, he almost won the AP2. He was close in the AP250 championship. So they've got a real chance, I think, this year.
Now, these are the two Bunsu Honda Racing Team riders, Itlan Hakimi and Irfan Haikal. They're riding in tandem, but I think they would be better if they just can latch behind one of the Thai Honda riders or the Astra Honda riders, just to get a bit more of a faster line, I think.
I think that's, yeah, they're running in a comfort zone there. They're talented young riders, loads of potential. But I agree with you, Daniel. I think it would be good to see them running with some of the more established stars of this class. And there's one of them, Muklada. So seems to be going her own way in this session. thoughtful Reza Danica. Currently second behind his teammate, but it is, for now, a provisional front row lockout by Astra Honda, led by Hergen. But it's the Thai Hondas leading this out of Jakrapat and Mukladar. A couple of Indonesian Yamahas just behind them, I do believe.
Wahyu Nugroho, he's one of the riders who is coming out there for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. There's Setu Rajiv. He's currently sitting in 12th after Adlan Hakimi pushed himself up into 11th.
Yep, he looks ready. We're used to seeing that number 80 with Setu on board, but not those green and blue, green and blue colours. But they do work well together. The colours, I mean, and the team seem to be working together too. So outlap here, being led by Jakrapat. Made his big impression yesterday. He's being followed by Ferozi Torakatula. And in there as well, Wahyu Nugroho, we previously knew as an exciting wildcard underbone rider.
Now we have, I think, half the grid coming out back onto track. It's just under 12 minutes remaining, but the Astra Honda rider is still sitting calmly in the pit box.
Yeah, that's incredibly well organised, aren't they?
Aggressive there from Oklada as always. The way she handles the rear tire kicking out is just really poetry in motion.
Yeah, it's good. And a little aggressive look back at the rider behind her. Very dragger boxing adjective out here, pugnacious rider.
I think just the front of this group there was Irfan and Aikiyoshi.
And amongst those as well, watch her in Tubtamon. Number 25.
Currently at the front of this group of about 6 riders is Jakrapat Futasan. So Muklada trying to keep up with them. Irfan lining up right up behind Muklada.
Yeah, that will be interesting to watch.
Just makes the switch up on the inside of Muklada there.
Yeah, I must admit I'm starting to enjoy seeing Irfan back in AP 250s. That's Torakatula running with them, isn't it, at the back there on the Yamaha. Jakrapat making a little gap there at the front from Mukladar.
Faruzi's not doing too bad at all. He's in 9th, 122.296. In front of him, Irfan, Ardian Shah, Muklada. Whoa, wheel to wheel there. Muklada looking back on the left side, but Irfan's now on the right.
Yeah, I was looking for Ferozi to improve there. He didn't, despite running with that quick group.
Also, Irfan, he's dropped back with his teammate there, Aikiyoshi. That is still leading Dana Long Plio, joining this group of now, it's going to be about 6-7 riders in this group.
Yeah, that was Tana running wide there for Honda Racing Thailand, number 11, but this doesn't look good. There's no cruising. This is the ARRC, not Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah, have another Aikiyoshi in front and going wide. I think they're going to try and find a way to get into the fast group. It's Irfan Haikal and Idlan Hakimi as well. They've been out on track for a while now. I want to see how many laps they've done. They've done 14 laps each.
Yeah.
Well, Irfan's done 14, Idlan has done 11. That's some of the most laps so far. Oh, apologies, that was the wrong number. They've both done 9 laps, the most of this category so far.
Tanat making his presence felt now. Just leading those two motion snipers. Miki Iyoshi, the first one of those. Then Irfan.
Luchan maybe might get some good help from this lap. He's found himself sandwiched between the two teammates of the Moto Sniper Tech.
Yeah, with 7.5 minutes left, it's still Astras 1, 2, 3. No change in that order. And 4 Thai riders following them. Jakrapat, Mukladar, teammates of course, and Warrit on the EST NJT machine. There's another of those machines, that watcher in Tub Timon, also running for EST. A rider who we saw much of in the Asia Talent Cup. There's another fast rider, and that's number 65, that's Cao Vietnam. Cao Vietnam had a good few sessions in testing and yesterday. He's currently down in 11th, his best time in the 153s, 153.3. It's 2.5 seconds off the best time held so far by Hergen. Chiro Ishii running through there for STG. Stay with Cao Vietnam. And watcher in. Cao Vietnam running a new Honda CBR, which he seems pretty happy with. He's a very decent rider, experienced now, Cao Vietnam. We got used to seeing him on the podium in the Asia Talent Cup. It's good to see him making progress here. Although, yeah, he improved his time, but not his position. He's on a 153.1 now, so he took 0.2 off. 5.5 minutes left.
Yeah, I'll take out Vietnam. Can be happy with his performance so far this weekend. He's lined up right behind Aikiyoshi in the timing, so in comparison to 2022, it's a really good improvement for Honda Vietnam. And I think if they keep on going in this fashion, they will be up into the top 5 eventually.
Yeah, there is Chihiro. The camera just zooming in on her, but she's not looking particularly quick there. There's nothing really looking like lighting up on the timing screens at the moment. Astra Honda's waiting.
That's interesting. There's less than 5 minutes left. Reza Danikari Janana and Veda Iga still in pit lane.
Yeah. Veda Iga is only a couple of hundredths of a second quicker than Jakrapat. It's not like it's a safe position they're sitting in.
It is surprising how long they're staying in their pit box for, because it looks like they might not even go out.
Yeah, there is Jakrapat.
Some worried looks going on around there in the Astra box. Because right now everyone else is out on track. Everyone except for the 3 Astra Honda riders.
Yeah, Aikiyoshi leading this group to complete another lap. Aikiyoshi doesn't improve from 10th.
Ilan Hakimi's just gone faster into 11th, pushing Cal Vietnam down into 12th.
Setu Rajiv with that, I noticed, with that group led by Aiki Iyoshi.
Setu's going to get some great slipstreams from here. Could find himself into a higher position.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting line he took through there. And here they come. Sorry, that's Tanner.
Yeah, for a second I thought it was Astra as well for for a while there, and then it looks like they're
getting jumpy now, but yeah, they will be coming out. But less than 3 minutes.
This is going to be tight. They're going to have just the out lap to get the heat into the tires, and then it's a quick push.
Yeah. Interesting tactics from a really professional team.
I think Thana was probably hoping for the Astra Honda to come at the same time.
It looks like it, yeah. Where are those guys? So he blinked first and he's out on track. And there's his teammate, Jakripat, currently in 4th. 151.1, so he's only 0.3 off the fastest time. And we are still in the cooler part of the day at 9, coming up to 9:30 here in Buriram, Thailand.
I don't think they're going to make it out before the checkered flag, but it looks like at most they're just going to get a practice start.
Yeah, there's only 140 remaining. They're not even out of pit lane yet. So, interesting move there. I do suspect that it's not going to be an Astra Honda lockout of the front row this time. That's Warwick leading that group there.
Yeah, but I do believe it is, as you say. But the quality that we have in this grid right now, it does not look like a certain 1, 2, 3, 4, the Astra Honda garage. I think definitely if we look at the likes of Moklada, Jakripat, they're going to be hunting for those top 3 spots. Airforce as well, not doing too bad in the first sector.
Yeah, well, there's really nothing jumping out of the timing screens.
A bit tight there for Jakripat.
Yeah, I think for a lot of this session, Chihiro Ishii, the SDG rider, has been getting herself amongst quite a lot of action. Her lap times haven't been so great, but she seems to enjoy racing. She's got Jakripat coming up behind her now. Oh, okay. Jakripat's off, so this lap won't count for him anyway. Jakripat just coming up behind her now. And she's going to the outside, sorry, the inside, coming into turn 12. And the checkered flag is going to come out. Wow. Did they make it or not?
Yeah, but it looks fit. The ones on screen just now did not make it past before the checkered flag. And
I don't think they did. The graphic came up, but it went to 0 before the graphic came up. I don't think they made it.
By the looks of it, it might be that Astra Honda has secured the whole front row.
So what a smart crew they have in Astra Honda. That's amazing. So no real fireworks in this AP250 session, which was surprising. More of a game of chess than a UFC fight. But it was Herjan Atnafadus who took a race win here last time out at Chang International Circuit. And he finished ahead of his former champion teammate and runner-up in the championship last year, Reza Danica Arens, and the new rider to the category, Vida Ega Pratama, in 3rd as they line up. Nice little stoppy there from Herjan as he lines up for a practice start. There goes Cal Vietnam, and what do you know? There's 3 Astra Hondas together to do a practice start. They're being joined by Mohsin Paramban, who had a crash in that session, but good to see him back out. He ended up on a 156, so he will start second last on the grid, which means in P21. With a wide shot there, from which you can get a good view of the grandstand. The grandstand here, Daniel has been referring to it as football style, which it certainly is. It's also above the pits, which is quite unusual. Normally the grandstand in most circuits is on faces the pits, but that's the way it is, and from that grandstand you can see almost the whole of this circuit. It is really well positioned. So there you have it. So it is a lockout, despite them spending much of the session in the pits. Hergen did 7 laps, Reza Danica did just 5 to put himself in the middle of the front row, and Vida Egger did 7 laps. By contrast, the second row, Jack Ripat did 13 laps, as did Muqtada and Irfan Ardiancia for Motul Sniper. So like we said, an intriguing session. No fireworks. I suspect we're going to see some fireworks coming up later this morning. I don't think there's any investigation over times. The officials dealt with the exceeding track limits as they happened. These riders come in now. Aiki Iyoshi finished 10th, expected a little more from him than that, and he was ahead of Mohamed Idlan Hakimi and Wahyu Nugroho, and 13th, decent performance there from Cal Vietnam, ahead of the other Bunsu Honda rider, Irfan Haikal. Setu Rajiv, 15th. So let's just confirm those positions. The fastest was Hergen Atnafodos, race winner last time out, 150.86. from Reza Danica RNs and his other teammate Vida Egger Pratama. Astra Honda lockout confirmed. Jack Ripat Pudisan in 4th, 5th Muqtada Sarapich, 6th Irfan Ardiancia, 2 returning riders there, 7th Warwick Tongna Pakun, 8th Tanat Leong Pliao, and 9th Ferozi Torakatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, ahead of Aiki Iyoshi, Idlan Hakimi, Wahyu Nugroho and Cal Vietnam. For Honda Racing Vietnam, Irfan Haikal was 14th, and Setu Rajiv for Victor Racing MLT Yamaha was 15th. Watcher in Tub Timon for EST NJT Racing Team will start in 16th place this afternoon. He'll be joined by Kevin Samar Quintal and Nguyen Duc Tan, who qualified 18th ahead of Liu Chun Mei. Chihiro Ishii for STG MS Hark Pro Honda. Mohsin Paramban will start from 21st, and 22nd Lee Rui Yun, the Taipei rider for EST NJT Racing Team, will start from the back of the grid in P22. Take another look at that session. It was an intriguing one. We saw Jack Ripat there, number 20, who took it once again to the Astra Hondas, although didn't manage to break them up this time around, but really pushed hard. We can expect a lot from him this afternoon. He ended up this session with a 151.18. And there's some formation flying there from Hergen Atna and Astra new rider Vida Egger Pratama, the number 54. will start from the front row on his first time out for Astra Honda in the AP250 class. There you go, Peter Egger taking the lead in that one. He did top one or two of the official test sessions, and there is definitely one of the championship favourites, Razor Danica RN's number 1, 2, 3, and it was 1, 2, 3 for Astra Honda to lock out the front row of the grid. He put in a best time of 150.897, just about 300ths of a second slower than Hergen. He'll have plenty in store for the race this afternoon. So we look again at those two. Hergen, relatively new to the team, but Peter Egger, brand new to the 250 lineup here. As the flags flutter, it's don't be deceived. It is hot out there today. We've seen temperatures of 38 to 40 degrees. This is a good time of day for good lap times, and coming up in just a few minutes will be the qualifying session for the Supersport 600. Just waiting to hear whether Daniel will be able to interview Hergen, who's come back late. Might not make it. Okay, Daniel's made it, Hergen's made it, so we're going to throw down to them.
So Daniel with Hergen, so congratulations on the pole position, and it was a fantastic showing once again from the Astra Honda team and yourself. Can you tell us a bit about the conditions and how you feel going into race 1?
Yes, this is a good result. It's my first row since last year. My team makes good analysis, good work from the test yesterday, and then it is still qualifying. The race is still have race 1 and race 2. I will try my best.
Thank you so much, Hergen. Good luck for the race.
Out on track now for their qualifying session are the Supersport 600s. You're back with us here at Chang International Circuit for the qualifying session. And this is round one, of course, of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. There's one of the new riders just going through there for Victor Racing. This is Sha Jun Tong. As the riders get into what is their first flying laps, I do believe. The story so far has been, and the story so far being not only from yesterday's free practice, but from earlier in the week when we had 2 days of free practice, was the resurgence of Karel Idampawi, who returned to racing last year in this class. Oh, and they're out on track there. I can see some smoke coming out of one of the bikes. Couldn't quite catch which one it was. I think they pulled off to the side, so hopefully that won't cause any delays. As we just stay there for a moment with Sha Jun Tong, the newcomer to Supersport 600. Good to see a Chinese rider here. And he's riding for Victor Racing Yamaha. There he goes, that was a flying lap from him, and that puts him at the top of the timing screens for now. And there's nothing wrong with that. And there is Helmi Asman, who just missed out on the championship on a count back to Andy Farid Izdihar, who's now in ASB 1000. Helmi's had a pretty decent couple of days. Daniel's back with me now.
One thing to take note is they are using qualifying tires for this one, so it's on that much softer compound, but interestingly enough, that's a medium front and the qualifying rear from both Azra and Helmi by the looks of it. Oh, so it's Azra's bike that had the
blow up
leaking issue.
Yeah.
You can see that it's just leaking all over the covers. So that's why Helmi was out there alone in the end.
Yeah, so that is Kip's bike. They're taking the belly pan off. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough fix. They do have 24 minutes left, but that's going to be tough to get in working order. I don't think they're going to make it in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, that was Kip's bike, not Azra's.
So Kip, yeah, so Karel Idampawi, who's been the story of testing and free practice, has hit a problem very early in qualifying.
This is proper race weekend drama.
Absolutely, Azroy's just gone out. Not a whole lot Kip can do, but clean the oil off his boots.
And they've only just come out too, so
yes,
really
literally the first couple of laps out.
Well, this is music to the ears of the rest, though.
It will be for sure. Well, some decent times starting to come in very, very early on from Helmi, who we just saw, and also Adananta Putra, newcomer to the class.
You got Kip there looking over.
Not a whole lot else he can do right now. There is Helmi Asman, a rider who's been in this series now since 2018.
I think Helmi has just realized his teammates aren't behind him. And this is unfortunate for Helmi because those qualifying tires were only lasting about 3 fast laps. And he's already done, I think now he's done two laps. So he's got about maybe a lap and a half left in that rear.
Yeah, to be honest, I was surprised that they came out with the qualifying tires so early in the session.
Yeah, you would expect it later on in the last 10 minutes, but...
Yeah, I wasn't even looking for it, but you've got sharper eyes than me, Daniel.
I think maybe the idea for the Honda team was that the temperatures right now still haven't heated up to what to a temperature where it would really degrade the tires quickly. So maybe they thought now's the best time to set fast laps. But yeah, that has backfired for them. Because we've seen them all weekend riding as a trio. Now it's just Helmi left out.
Yeah, that's it. And now we're looking more at 2 Thai riders there. Panasonic Kaosonti, and just ahead of him, Nakarin Tirapuvapat. See what they're going to do to the order on the timing screens. Okay, well they're going to take the top, Panasorn and Nakarin respectively. Panasorn had a good outing yesterday. Ended up sixth, but he headed, I think it was the third session yesterday, for quite a long time, and that bodes well for the race, which of course will be in the afternoon and in the heat of the afternoon. And there's another rider coming into good form, Ratapong Wilrot for Yamaha Racing Thailand. Finished the season much better than he started it last year, and he's been going pretty well. Combined times, free practice was third, behind Kip and Nakarin, Kip and Chip.
This is worrying now for Helmi. From what I can see, everyone else is on the normal compounds, mediums or softs, but Helmi's the only one out there currently with the qualifying tires. He's done a good sector 2, but he needs to find a really good time on that final lap with the qualifying rear if he wants to find a spot on the top 3. Look at this, Ratapong, he's currently first and fastest, and he's going even faster now in sector 1. He's on the medium compound. He's really blitzing away.
Yeah, he's looking aggressive. One fast lap followed by another one.
Kito Abe just got up into 4th. Panason has gone up into 1st. Now Helmi's gone up into 1st.
Yeah, so all changed. This is going to be an interesting session all the way through. It's not even 1/3 done yet. And thank goodness for Karol Idampawi. So here comes Ratapong to complete another quick lap. We got this time
139.4 from Ratapong in that lap. 139.2, sorry.
Yeah.
So I'm curious. It looks like he is, he hasn't used his qualifying tires. So I'm very curious to know what Ratapong will do with that qualifying compound, because it is softer. It's designed to give you a very fast 2-3 laps. Here's Helmi. He's already done 4 laps, so I don't think there's much left in that rear tire.
No, and he's used it as well, because that 139.061 is a good time. As we return to the bike of Karol Idampawi. Got their work cut out in the pits there. Kip sitting there, still with his helmet on.
Oh, still plenty of smoke kicking up there from
He's going to be lucky to make it out. That's rotten luck.
So from what I heard over the radio, so from what we know is, which was clear in the image, is that there is an issue with the engine for Idampawi, and from what we know, they can't change any engine. They can't change the engine during mid qualifying. So right now you can still see smoke kicking up from the engine covers there, and it's really, if they manage to get Karol Idampawi back out on track, and if he manages to get anywhere in the top 5 even, that is going to be a top job done by the team, because I would have not seen anything like this before.
Yeah, changing an engine, I mean, for good reason, is difficult in this category. It is, it is to control cost and technical regulation, but they will still need sign off from technical control to change the engine at all.
I think that rear tire for Helmi is getting knackered, because it looks like he's struggling on the gas there. He's not being able to push. His sector times have slowed down, and he will have to come back in. I don't think there's any life left in that qualifying tire right now.
No, it's done. His last lap was slower than the other one. He just goes inside as we go back to the sad scene in the Boonsiu Honda pit.
This is really a rotten bit of luck for Karo Napawi.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't the kind of drama we were looking for. That's probably Helmi's best time for the day done. That rear qualifier will be shot by now, as you said, Daniel. So he's coming in.
Yeah, 39.0 it's a good time, but we have to take into account Ratapang did a 39.2 without the qualifying compound.
Exactly. Yeah.
Panasonic as well, a 139.3. Oh, Azra is out on track now, actually. Didn't notice that. He's done a 139.3, but he was also on the qualifying rear, so that's going to be interesting to see what happens. I think if we're seeing 39s with the normal compounds, there should be a 38 coming somewhere.
Yeah, Helmi is very close to it.
So currently everyone's back into pit lane, I suspect. To change to that qualifying compound. Here's Azra. Let's see if we can spot. Yep,
Yeah.
qualifying rear.
So it would seem he's done then.
Azra's done 5 laps as well, so I don't think there's any life in his tire either.
No, I'm surprised. I thought Azra could go faster than that. Ratapong's going to be pleased with what's happened so far.
I think the team's now discussing whether or not to change to tires and get out quick. Because I think the ones who are looking in the best position to take the top 3, well, he's already in the top 3, Ratapang and Panasonic, as well as Nakarin. Kito Abe as well, he's not too far back.
Yeah, Kito Abe looking good yesterday as well. Gary Salim showed well very early in this session, but is now back in P7. Of course, he's got qualifiers in the bag. So everybody, almost everybody in the pits there. We've got Xiao Juntong and Adinanta Putra on an outlap at the moment. He's got his helmet off now. That is, I think, Chip Nakarin. Yeah, number 41. Carabao is a well-known rock music group from this part of the world who've given their name to an energy drink, and they're putting their profits to good use. You see the same helmet sponsor there on the other side for Panasonic and for the other riders, too, the 250 riders.
Just looking down the order, Galang Hendras had a bit of a tough weekend. He's only about a second off, so perhaps he can close a gap with the new setup. As you can see that the qualifying tires coming off for the Bunsi Honda team. I suspect it would be either the soft or the medium on the rear now. But
yeah, the best they can do is get ready for this afternoon, isn't it?
yeah. It does look very hectic there in the Bunsi Honda pit. I think that's Karo Napawi's bike being worked on at the front. I really don't think they're going to get that bike out.
No, they need to keep it out of the front, because if they push it back in, then they won't be able to bring it out. But yeah, very slim chance of that. So there are 2 bikes out on track coming through the heat haze.
I think it's Adinanta Putra right at the front. The very bright yellow 21 at the front of his CBR 600.
Yeah, matching the front of his helmet, which is always good for us.
Makes our job spotting numbers much easier.
Yeah, let's just pause on Andy Fadley, the two-time AP250 champion, before moving up for this year to Supersport 600, something that I was campaigning for a while, but the sponsors found him finally, and that's really good to see him in this class. His best time in this session, 140.4. I'm not sure that he's got below 140s yet. What's his best time? No, not yet. 140.012, so he's knocking on the door of the 139s, and I'm sure he'll get there.
I will say credits to the guy who did Andy Muhammad Fadli's helmet. That's a really nice looking helmet.
Yeah, isn't it?
For now, just the two riders on track, Adinanta Putra and Shah Juntong. Adinanta lapping the 139's 906 previously. Yeah, Adinanta, he's on the medium. Okay, so here's a high side from Adinanta Putra. Let's see what happened here. Ooh, just came around and he saved it. What
That's incredible.
Save. What a fantastic save from Adinanta Putra, my word.
Yeah, I saw a bird fly past. Though I think the bird did a double take and almost got hit by the bike. What? You saved it? So he'll be well and truly pumped now.
That was truly amazing. Whoa, Karo Idampawi back out. This is interesting now. And he's got the qualifying rear still on, but his teammates at the back won't. So
yeah,
this is amazing. Ooh, is that
very unexpected. I don't know. I might be seeing phantom smoke coming out of the back there.
Perhaps it was just a bit of leftover oil on the engine cover, so it doesn't look like any clouds of smoke coming from this bike. But wow, second chance now for Karo Idampawi, and hats off to the mechanics and the team for getting that bike out. That's an amazing job.
It is a phenomenal team, isn't it, Bunsu Honda? We go back with Adinanta as those guys go on their outlap, but there will be some pushing from Kip and support from his teammates, who of course have already shot their qualifying tyres. Most riders either in the pits or on an outlap. Adinanta, what's he got for us this time? Round to 12. A little bit tidier that time.
Yeah, no theatrics this time.
But a good time to from the newcomer to the class, 139.
Now we're just crossing the 10-minute mark. And this will be crunch time. We see a few more riders who will be coming out. Galang Hendra as well, he's coming. Andy Muhammad Fadli, we saw mounting the bike.
Yeah, Ratapong will be getting his qualifiers on too. So there goes Karo Idampawi off on a flyer. He's following Azroy and Helmi, his two teammates.
I think the tactic here would be to try and get Idampawi onto the front row. So let Helmi and Azroy cut through the wind a bit for him. He says he's getting left behind, however. Helmi and Azroy here approaching turn 3.
Yeah, so you don't know what happened to that engine, do you? It might be down on power.
Yeah, exactly. Looking at the sector time, it's not a bad sector coming in from Idampawi.
Yeah, here's the ritual from Ratapong. So he'll be out on his qualifiers within the next few moments.
It just looks like Idampawi's bike does not have that. It's missing a few horsepower because he's getting left behind by his teammates in front of him who are on the normal compound, while he and the rest of the grid currently are running the qualifying rear.
Yep, and Ratapong is on his way out. Currently in P2, which he did on mediums, as you rightly pointed out, Daniel. Now on qualifiers, let's see what the difference is. He's attacking his personal best time of 139.2.
If Karo Idampawi makes it onto that front row, he will be one of the most amazing qualifyings of the season. Helmi has somehow dropped to the back there. Must have made a mistake somewhere along the 3rd sector.
Yeah, Helmi on provisional pole, but there's some very fast riders going out now on qualifiers. Ratapong's one of them. Nakarum will be another one. Kito Abe even. Quiet session from Soichiro Minamimoto.
Karo Idampawi's found himself up into 6th with a 139.6, but I don't think that'll be enough to keep him there. Azroy just moved out of his way. Karo Idampawi has clear track in front of him, but he's looking back, so yeah, I think he really just wants that toe from the two riders in front of him.
Yeah, if you'd asked him 5 minutes ago, he'd have probably taken P6 as a starting position.
Definitely, yeah.
It's amazing they got that bike back out again.
This will be the second lap for Karaidambawi on the qualifying tire. Ooh, looks like he has made a bit of an error. Is there an issue with the bike again? Or he looks like he might be lining up behind one of the tire riders. I think that's Panasson in front of him. So is this a tactical play from Karaidambawi? There's 7 minutes left in this qualifying session for the Supersport 600. Almost everyone except for the two Bunsu Honda riders, Azroy and Helmi, are using the qualifying rears. Kito Abe's on a really hot lap. He's gone fastest through sector 2. He should come across at any time, and he will definitely move up the order. This Helmi, 139.3 on the mediums.
Yeah, that's a good lap time.
There we go, Nakarin already up into 139.0.
Yeah, he takes the top spot for now. Not a huge surprise there. Nobody in the 138s yet, though.
Kito Abe, he's gone up into third with a 139.1. So it's a good lap from him. Karaidambawi, he's just found himself behind Chip Nakarin. And Karaidambawi fastest through sector 1, so it's looking good for the Malaysian. Kito Abe, he's going to be behind Karaidambawi.
Yeah, he's not in a bad position there.
So let's see, let's watch what the sector 2 brings for Karaidambawi. Looks like he ran a bit wide there.
Yeah, Panasson at the front of that group there as well. Okay, Ratapong's just had his lap time cancelled, so he's got some work to do.
It's a good sector 2 from Karaidambawi, so this might be a good lap for him. I think he might find himself into the top 3. He needs to get below a 139.1 to make it there. Clear track in front of him towards Chip Nakarin and Panasson. So if it's not on this lap, it might be the next lap. I think he should have at least 1 lap left on that qualifying rear. Comes Karaidambawi now. He comes across a 139 dead. He is on provisional pole for now, but it's not safe yet for the Bunsu Honda rider.
Certainly not, but again, we thought the bike was probably down on power. That's stunning from Kip. And
oh, dude.
oh,
So
and that's Azroy down.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Azroy. But he
So
looks okay.
Azroy down, but he's not going to better P6, and he could even find himself bumped down to row 3. So challenging session for Bunsu Honda.
Yeah, he just fixed up Kip's bike. Now they're going to have to work on Azroy's before race 1.
And having said that, then I'm currently provisional number 1 and number 3 on the grid. So this is Supersport racing at its finest, and we're looking there at Ratapong, who's definitely got his eyes on pole position. He had a lap time cancelled. This is his second flyer on qualifying tyres. No.
It's a good lap, but it's not close enough for 39.2. Looking at Kip's sector times, I think his qualifying tyre has reached its end. It's not looking like he's improving. But Ratapong looking fast, but the gap is barely anything. Between Karaidambawi in first and Kito Abe in fourth, it's only 0.1 seconds.
So yeah, there goes Azroy into the pits. So we've got 3 minutes left on the clock. Karaidambawi off an incredibly dramatic session, sitting on provisional pole position. And he comes into the pits now. That will be his qualifying session done. Only 6 laps. Most of that was a break for to have his bike fixed. And Nakarin also in the pit, so that could be his best effort done. I think this is the last lap that Ratapong has probably got on that rear qualifying tyre. Kito Abe's in the pit, so he's done.
Yeah, I think most of them have already used up any amount of grips that they have left on the qualifying tire.
Yeah, I think yeah, this session might be coming to an end without the last second climax that we kind of got accustomed to seeing. I don't think Ratapong's going to get another quick lap out of that tyre, that rear tyre.
Ooh, I do want to give a quick shout out to Galang Hendra. I just realized that he's made up into 8th. And he's only 0.3 seconds off Kip's timing, so he's really clawed back the gap that he's had all through our practice sessions. Ratapong, a bit of chatter there. I think that rear tire really has reached its end. It's wobbling about. It's Kip about to come out again.
Okay. So maybe just try something.
Or as we saw yesterday, practice start. Because he has a qualifying,
I think, he's still got the qualifying tyre on.
So there's no way he's going for another lap. Oh, Ratapong, a really good sector 1. So just as I thought his grip is going, he's on a really hot lap now. So Ratapong could be the upset for the Bunsi Honda team currently. He could push Helmi Asman off the front row and push Cairo Irampawi off pole. Oh, but sector 2, that's a disappointing one.
I think he ran wide there too. Let's see. I think he might have this lap cancelled.
That's unfortunate for Ratapong. Because I think the fastest sector 2 timings were in the 37.5s. Ratapong is just going to cross with the 38. So unless something magical happens for him.
Yeah, but I think he ran onto the green.
He comes across. So it's a 39.2, and even if it wasn't cancelled, it still wouldn't be enough.
Yeah, that's it. So the drama for this Supersport qualifying session, which we normally see at about this stage with a few seconds remaining, hasn't happened. The drama was in the pits.
Yeah, literally.
Is this? Are we turning into Formula One here?
It seems that way, yeah.
But seriously, that was nail-biting stuff for Kip, and I guess when he comes back in, Daniel, you'll be
can't wait to see what he has to say.
Getting some insight. Yeah, I can't wait.
Now say to the boss of the team, give those mechanics a raise. That was an amazing job.
Absolutely. So Daniel's making his way down now, and indeed it's confirmed that Ratapong Willerot did have that last lap cancelled. It wasn't his quickest, but he will start from the middle of the second row this afternoon. And a few riders making their way out for a practice start. Among them Nakarin, who's going to start from P2 this afternoon, middle of the front row, and outside him will be Helmi Asman. Nobody quite got into the 38s, but Kip got closest with a 1:39.000. And there's Adananta. Adananta finishing in P10. And a rider we haven't seen much of on screen anyway is Gary Salim, as Kip goes out there for his practice start. Joined by Kito Abe on the 1XOX TKKR bike. There goes Kip, just going to finish off that qualifying tyre. And here are the results after that pit lane drama. Carol Irampawi, 1:39 dead to take pole position for this afternoon. Next to him will be Nakarin Turapuvapat, just 0.15 of a second behind him. Next, Helmi Asman. 4th, Kito Abe. Starting from 5th is Ratapong Willerot. 6th, Azroy Hakim Anwar. 7th, Panasorn Kausomti. 8th, Galang Hendra Pratama for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Just 0.35 separating those first 8. Starting from 9th is Soichiro Minamoto for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing. Adananta Putra for Astra Honda will start 10th. 11th, Gary Salim for Astra Honda. 12th, Ahmad Afif Amram for Yamaha Gen Blue. 13th, Andy Fadley. 14th, Sha Jun Tong for Victor Racing MLT Yamaha. Big improvements from Sha Jun Tong. He got a best time of 1:41. He's been improving progressively, the Chinese rider, so good work from him too. Empty grandstand right at the moment, as you'd expect on a Saturday morning. So let's take another look at that session. And there was Helmi Asman, who went out very early on qualifying tyres. So this is him later in the session running mediums. But that best lap time, 1:39.061 of his, was set on qualifying tyres in the opening moments of this session. But good work from Helmi, who missed the championship on countback to Andy Farid Izdiha. Good session from these two, Nakarina Tirupuvapa and Panasong Kausonti, the number 15. Panasong finished down the order in 7th, but was only 0.3 of a second off the pole man. There goes Nakarin, former 125 GP rider, of course, now in his second season here. Just Nakarin, and Karol Pawi just behind him, who came from disaster in pit lane, or what looked like a disaster in pit lane, thanks to his mechanics and thanks to his own fine efforts to come in with 1:39. So Kip will start from pole position this afternoon.
All right, so we're down here with Kip. Congratulations, of course, on the fantastic pole. But we want to touch a bit about the drama that happened at the start of the session, because your bike was leaking, and we really thought that you weren't going to make it out, but you came back out towards the end and you finished on pole. Tell us about it.
Yes, it's quite difficult for me in the qualifying because I have some issue with the bike and the oil is leaking. So honestly, I'm happy also. After that, the team worked very quickly. And later on, I get on the bike and I just try to push and try to make a lap time.
What do you feel about the temperatures over the weekend? Do you think qualifying on pole makes it a lot easier, or do you think the heat will become an issue towards the end of the race?
Yes, honestly, in the morning, have so much advantage in the grip. Then I think in the afternoon will be same like yesterday in the afternoon. Will be a tricky condition and very difficult for all of us, I think.
Thank you so much and good luck for the race.
Thanks to Daniel, and we'll be back in 5 minutes for the UB150 Super Pole shootout. Join us then. Welcome back, one and all. You're joining us for the Underbone Super Pole shootout. And just to explain the process, this is where the riders go out one by one in order to isolate their performance, because as we always see in Underbones, a lot of the lap times can be a lot of the speed of the lap times can be attributed to slipstreaming. So by going for the Super Pole, where they go out at 20-second intervals, that isolates the performance of the rider and the machine. And they go out in order from the 15th placed rider through to the first placed. So in qualifying, Akid Aziz was the 15th place qualifier, and he is the first rider out on track. And one of the new riders here for LFNH Putra 969 is going out in this group too. He's going out 4th. As we look there, as Akid Aziz goes on his outlap, 2018 champion, no less. And Shafiq Rasul for 1XOX TKK Yamaha. So they go out in 3 groups of 5. That's the first group out there. Looking at April King on an outlap there.
There's a few names I'll be looking out for in this Super Bowl session, because with the slipstream factor taken out, I think the riders I'm looking out for would be Amfazi Sham, definitely the likes of Hafiz Rofa and Shafiq Rasul. Actually, the pair of them very similar in riding styles. Wawan Wello as well, he's been good. He could put in a good clean lap. Definitely could be the crest now.
Yeah, and that's Haziq Hamdan just starting his flying lap.
He's one of the new riders in this championship. Haziq Hamdan riding for the Estremo UZ Honda team. Teammates to his teammate is Sharo Shazras.
Yeah, quite an exciting lineup they've got there. Sean Shazras doing the whole season here as April King Mascado on his flying lap. He was the first rider out. And only one of the 3 quick Filipinos to make the cut into Super Bowl.
Yeah, that was surprising. Expected Giancarlo to be a bit higher up the order, but it just hasn't gone right for him yet. He's back with Haziq Hamdan, number 78. A young rider coming up the ranks.
And Akid Aziz is through Sector 1, but April King is quicker through Sector 1. So far that's looking good for him.
Stringing together a very good lap. Reynaldi Pradana as well, his timing's down there at the bottom left of our screens. This has Hamdan, he's just got a few more corners to complete. And we'll have the first few lap times. April King fastest again through Sector 2.
Yeah, this brings back memories of him putting a good Super Pole lap together here last time out.
Haziq Hamdan now, it goes around the final turn, looking like a clean lap from Haziq. But April and Shafiq as well. Shafiq's coming quick. So Haziq comes across 2:05.1.
So that's the target time. It's going to be attacked by April King.
2:04.2 from April King, so that's a really good lap.
Yeah.
Comes Akid Aziz now into the final turn. It's looking like a decent lap from Akid, but I don't think he's going to push Haziq or April down the order.
Yeah, Shafiq Rasool looking good too.
Shafiq fastest again through sector 2, so Shafiq definitely going to bring in, if he can stitch the last couple of corners well, he will definitely take provisional pole for now. Here comes Reynaldi Pradana. To 7.2 for Reynaldi, and here comes Shafiq. It's been a good lap for him so far. Shafiq comes up to fourth. 203.9.
Yeah, he moves to the top, yeah. Good time from him.
It's another job well done from the 1x2x team and Shafiq.
Just checking the dig out the Super Bowl times from last time.
Just for comparison's sake, in practice, they were all lapping within the 1:59, 2 minutes, lower 2-minute ones. And you can see the differences between 2 or 3 seconds without slipstream.
Yeah, that's it. Nafisa Rofa was the quickest last time, 2:03.364. So that's a very decent time by Shafiq.
Looks like he's still attacking on his left.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? But so what we'll soon see is the next group of 5 riders.
There at the front, very familiar name, Amafazi Sham, Shafiq's teammate. He's another rider who has plenty of experience and can string together a good lap with that slipstream. Looks like Wahyaji will be going out together with Amafazi Sham. Is that Zaidi's also next to go?
And Wayu in that next group too. Krishna with that familiar grin on his face.
There's another one, the young riders, Sharo Shazras. He's coming up for this next group of 5. Sham just making some quick adjustments to his brake lever there. Interesting, because a 203.9, it's a good lap from Shafiq. Curious to see whether he can remain somewhere in the top 5 with the quality of riders that are going to come out next.
Yeah, not least of which is this one we're looking at our screen on now, or the one following him, Wayuaji Trilaksana. We were talking about Wayuaji yesterday. We got very used to seeing him in Team 1XOX colours. Now he's in his own colours. The Race Tech 60 team, 60 of course being his personal number for as long as we can remember. And it's a nice move for him to get into his own team. Hopefully we'll see some other riders joining him. I mean, he's such a big icon in Indonesia. It would be good to see that expanded a little bit. And here comes Nazrul Izzat, who did the lap of the series so far yesterday with a 1:59 something, low 1:59, 59.12. A moment when none of us were expecting anybody to dip below 2 minutes. There goes Fazli Sham. These guys are There's so many of them here that often by the younger riders have the tag legend attached to them, but this is definitely one of them.
In the underbone class, if there's anyone who is an icon in it, it would definitely be this man here. He had so many years of racing under his name. So many glorious moments as well under his belt.
Yeah, no sign of those glorious moments finishing either, and now he's doing the job on Super Pole on his flying lap. As Wayuaji Trilaksana comes up to start his flying lap.
Here's Pascal San Luang. He's made it into Super Pole. Decent job so far, and we're going to see whether he can do better without the slipstream being a factor.
Yeah, he got a good early qualifying lap and then got clattered off, didn't he, by Fazrul Sham. But did well by virtue of that early fast lap. Let's see what he can do on his own. His team owner said he's still got some work to do with his corner entry. That was GP legend Wichi Wee saying that, so you have to believe it. But good potential from the Thai rider Pascal.
For now, looking at the sector times, Amafazi Sham, not that.
Nothing there yet, is there?
It's not that great, but sector 2 is looking good. Wayuaji as well, he's not too bad through sector 1.
Yeah, Fazli's sector 2, fastest so far.
Shafiq, his teammate, just watching on. Looks like Wayuaji, he's gone through sector 2, not bad, but not as fast as Amafazi Sham. So he should be somewhere in the top 5, but now it's all down to the icon. Let's see what he does as he comes around the final turn now. So tucking in down to the line. And no, it's not good enough. It's a 204.2, so Shafiq Russell remains in first. So looking at the sector times, it's just that first sector that let down Fazi Sham.
Yeah, but good news for TKKR. Let's see what happens with. I don't think he's going to upset the order here. Wayuaji provisional 4th with a 204.7. Here comes the newcomer. He had one crack at this last November. Let's see what he does this time.
To 6.715, that puts him in provisional 7th. Just pushes Rinaldi Pradana down into 8th. Here comes Sharo Shazras. It's not a bad lap from the young Malaysian. He goes up into 6th. 205.5. Nazra Izzat, he had a bad first sector but a decent second sector. Let's see what he does. He comes across up into 4th, pushes Wayuaji down into 5th.
Okay, so TKKR still 1 and 2. April King Moscado 3rd. Nazral Izzat 4th. Wayuaji 5th. Zeke Hamdan 6th. Sharol Shizras 7th. And Kid Aziz 8th. Pascal 9th. And so far Rinaldi 10th. So we've got one more group of 5 to come out and do their laps, but we'll just wait for these guys to come in first. Pascon running for team One for All, the only rider this time. We got used to seeing them with 2 riders last year, including a Thai rider. They've often run Thai riders here, and indeed the team owner Wichi Wee is rider coach in the Yamaha Thailand pit for Ratapong. But he did tell me that he's going to have another rider, probably for Sepang.
Yeah, it would be nice to see them with a fuller grid rather than having just the one rider, because they are a team with potential. Got a good a good crew strung together. This is Izam Ikmal now. He's going to be in the next group of 5. Hafiz Arofa as well. He's going to come next. Gupita Kresna, Wawan Wello. A lot of fast names coming up. So this could be the group that upsets the order at the top.
Yeah, in some ways it should be. And is that Zaidi there? Certainly one of those.
He's a Zaidi. We all know that he's always had the potential to be a championship contender. And it all begins now in Super Pole. Hafiz Arofa. We'll have seen what his teammates have been doing at first and second provisionally. He will want to be up there and complete that front row. That's Izam Ikmal. He's getting ready to be the first rider of 5 to head out on track.
So that's it. At this point, you're on your own. And there goes Gupita Krishna. New colours, but same team for Gupita Krishna, the 4S1M Evo. It's Filipino team. But I think this is Gupita's second year, or definitely his second year with the team.
Yeah. The thing about his team is it always looks very cheerful around the paddock. They always seem in great spirits, and I think that does help the riders a lot. Gets them in the right headspace, into the positive mood.
Yeah, that's I think that's Wawan Wello just going out there. He's looked quick all the way through testing and free practice. And here is the exciting Hafiza Rofa. He's going out last because he was the fastest in this morning's qualifying session.
Now we've put our attention to Izam Ikmal. Still in his out lap. He'll begin his flying lap shortly after these last few corners. Izam, one of the riders with quite a lot of experience in his younger days. Still a young rider, but back then he used to race in the CEV and had a wildcard in the Moto3 class, I believe. So he'll be familiar with these lighter machines. He comes across now to start his flying lap. Ooh. Is that an issue for Gupita Krishna? Yes, there is smoke coming out from Gupita Krishna's bike, so that looks like an engine failure for Gupita. That is truly unfortunate.
Do you know, we're going to have a look back because I think he had an issue in the last Super Bowl as well, Gupita.
Pure rotten bit of luck for Gupita there, so Gupita will be starting 15th in the race. Zaidi's come across, and now Wawan Wello as well.
Yeah, Gupita had a Super Pole issue last time. That's rotten luck because it has been really quick.
Now we're looking at the sector times. Izam Ikmal not too bad through sector 1, but my word, Izzat Zaidi's really on a hot lap, so look out for Izzat. See what Wawan Wello does as he comes across. Wawan Wello now goes even faster in sector 1, so that provisional pole is looking very tasty now for Wawan Wello.
As you might expect with these guys, the timing screen starting to light up.
So following Izam Ikmal, he's on a decent lap, but I don't think he's going to be put up into the top 5. But there's Gupita. What a heartbreak it will be for him. He's had such a good weekend. And then again, there's always a second chance in the race. Wow, Hafiza now goes even faster through sector 1. So Hafiza, he's hunting down the time. And now we have 3 riders in this group who are really looking rapid. Cross comes Izam, goes up at the 6th. So not a bad position for Izam Ikmal.
Good for him, but we have to watch really Hafiza and Wowenwelo.
I think Izzat's made a mistake somewhere in sector 2 because he's down a lot. Oh, Hafiza even faster there in sector 2. But here comes Izzat Zaidi. See what he does. He's come across. He should be somewhere in the top 5. Izzat straight to provisional pole 203.828. But
well,
then
that was
again,
that was a good final sector then.
Yeah, that was an amazing lap from him. It didn't look like he was going to be anywhere near the top 3, but what a lap. And for now, here comes Hafiza and Wowenwelo. They're still on strong laps. Wowenwelo goes up provisional pole 202. Now here comes Hafiza. He's been fastest through each of the first 2 sectors.
So this could be it. You told us yesterday, Daniel, what a precise, fast rider he is.
And he's done it.
He's done it. According to form. Well, we've been heaping praise on him, haven't we? And he's just rewarded us and himself.
He's
Brilliant.
definitely lived up to it. What a lap. 0.3 seconds faster than Wowenwelo in second.
And for a super pole, 202.176, the best time. That's more than a second faster than last time in November. That's phenomenal. Well, that's one hell of a marker he's just put down. So Daniel's going to go and have a word. So there you have the results. Hafiza Rofa, 202.176. That's a phenomenal time. Wowenwelo, also a very good time, 202.508. Ahead of Izzat Zaidi. Shafiq Rasol. 5th was Ahmad Fazli Sham. 6th was April King Moscado. 7th, Nazrul Izzat Bahuddin. 8th, Wayuaji Trilaksana. And 9th is Ikmal. 10th, Haziq Hamdan. 11th, Sharol Shizraz. 12th, Akid Aziz. 13th, Pascal San Luang. 14th, Rinaldi Pradana. And 15th, because he had no time, unfortunately, because of an engine problem, Gupita Krishna. But a very, as always, a very absorbing, nail-biting Super Pole session. As the marshals check out the circuit, next out on track will be the 1000s, so to make sure everything's right for them. Let's have another look there. Here is Daniel, described as the icon of underbone racing, Ahmad Fazli Sham. Always good to watch. Decent performance from him in Super Pole, which will put him, that's him starting his flying lap. But he would come through to start in 5th place. And there is Shafiq Rasol, new teammate for Hafiza and Fazli Sham in 1XOX TKKR. He topped the timesheets for a good period of time. We'll start from the inside of the 2nd row in P4, Shafiq Rasol, so good performance from him too. Izzat Zaidi surprised us. He wasn't particularly quick through sectors 1 and 2 on his flying lap, but he did come through to very brief, momentarily top the timesheets, but finished in 3rd place. So we'll start from the outside of the front row, but here is the rider of the session, Hafiza Rofa. 202.176 for Hafiza. So we're going to go down and have a word with him. So we'll switch over to Daniel in just a moment.
We're down here with the poleman for the underbone 150 class, Hafiza Rafa. Hafiza, what a lap that was in a grid that is packed with riders who can take the pole position away. But you strung together a perfect lap. Can you tell us a bit about that Super Pole?
Firstly, thanks to my team, when I say take care for give me the good bike, and for the Super Bowl, I don't think I can be on top 3 grid, but I try my best. And today is not so hot like yesterday, and the tire pressure also good for me, and the time was 20.2, but we try to manage for the race.
Thank you so much, Hafiza. Good luck for the race coming up.
Welcome back. You are with us here at Chang International Circuit. You can see just a few fans coming into the grandstand this morning. And this is the 40-minute qualifying session for ASB 1000. Lots to talk about here. I'm Barry Russell. With me is Daniel Bogas, who's just returned from interviewing the Super Pole, the Underbone Super Pole winner. Haruki Noguchi was a sensation, it's fair to say, in the ASB 1000 last year, right from the first time he took to the track. He was in a good position in the championship before suffering a horrible back injury which kept him out of the final round. But he has recovered. He's looking pretty fit again and fast. He hasn't topped the or taken any of the headlines in the timing sheets, but notably, Daniel and I were talking about it in free practice 3 yesterday. He seemed to be doing a race simulation, and his pace was phenomenal, and it was at race time in the afternoon.
Yeah.
So I think that was some really good tactics there from them.
His consistency was just amazing. He kept on doing what was the time he was doing in the 36s? I remember he kept on going 36.3, 36.2, 36.1, 36.0. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, so that bodes very well for his performance this afternoon. Now he needs to get himself a good grid position. The fastest riders pretty consistently 1 and 2 have been Zakwan Zaidi, the defending champion, and Marcus Reiterberger, who has rejoined the series after briefly appearing in the COVID-struck 2020 championship. Back with Team 1XOX TKKR, and there he is on screen there, the number 28, the German rider. Running a soft rear tyre, I see there. They will be running qualifying tyres at some point in this session. But Reiterberger and Zakwan have been really the riders to beat, although on fairly close times, but they have been there at the top, these two, and the German enjoying his comeback. We previously saw him at Chang International Circuit here in Buriram back in 2016 in World Superbike, where he scored his best ever WSBK finish of P5. So he likes it here, and he's been going really well this week through official practice and testing. There is Zakwan Zaidi, number 1. It was a real battle for him to take the championship last year. He didn't have that Honda in quite the shape that he wanted it, but winter has seen a turning point, and he does seem really happy with that CBR 1000 RR.
It looks like they've made some improvements. He said the feeling is absolutely great. And yeah, looking at the times, he is a confident rider, donning the number 1. You know, Haruki Noguchi goes up with a 35.8 now. So Haruki already trying to pull the strings and get to the top. And again, it's still very early days in this session. Just under 35 minutes left. Still have yet to see anyone on the qualifying tires. I'm surprised actually. I expected some teams to go for the qualifying tire early on to try and catch it before it gets really heaty on track.
But it's going to be a better spectacle. Reiterberger has just gone top there with a 135.2.
It's faster than any of the times in practice.
Yeah, which is the fastest time so far. Period. This week. So good from him. His teammate there, Aslan Shah, not yet out on track. He does have plenty of time. Almost 34 minutes remaining in this session. But Zakwan putting the work in as he often does. He has been riding with that rear wheel pretty loose under braking, picking it up, allowing it to move around, but it doesn't seem to affect his corner speed.
He seems to love riding like that. The rear wheel just floats around. He controls it so beautifully.
Yeah, and here's another BMW here. That's the BMW of Lachlan Epis, the Australian, who's a very welcome newcomer to this class. Previously raced in ASBK last year and has been making real progress in his lap times. Let's look at his times from yesterday. Best time 1:36.8, and he progressively brought those times down. So he's riding there for Evolution Sport Group and making a good start here. Another rider we're expecting great things from, but who has had a few issues with the setup of his Yamaha is Kazmayuddin, who finished the 2022 season in fine form, but isn't as happy as he might be with this R1 so far. He did mention he was struggling slightly with the setup. They had a new frame, then they changed back to the old one, but what they've been working towards is trying to find a good base setup. New teammate for him this year. Last year it was Yuki Ito, who is here in the paddock lending a hand, but his teammate for the season is the Thai rider Kevin Kubo. And we haven't seen him on track yet, but Kevin, who's had a few issues with arm pump and a fairly recent operation. His best times are 36.67 yesterday. Just looking there at Kevin Kubo, that he's running number 81.
Kevin Kubo not doing too bad. Looking at Anthony West as well, looks like that lap time is dropping slowly. Still not matching what he did best in practice. Across any time now. It's another 1:38.7 from Anthony West.
Yeah, Reiterberger takes a look behind him, and he will see the Thai Jakrit Swangsawat, one of these very quick journeyman Thai riders that we often see here. And yeah, Jakrit riding for EEST NJT, who made their first appearance in ARC last year. And another very welcome newcomer. It's good to see really high quality teams like them coming through.
I think I just noticed something. Azan Shah was describing something to his mechanic, and he did come up for a lap. And I think there was an issue with his bike, and that's why Azan Shah has gone back in. So that is a bit of early drama there for the BMW garage.
Yeah, Aslan had a decent free practice day yesterday. After a frustrating 2022, we were delighted to see him back and looking competitive.
Kazmayuddin's got up into 6th now, 136.1 from him.
There is Zakwan.
Took a very wide line there on turn 3.
Yeah, he just drifted it in a really nicely controlled way. Top speeds down there. A couple of riders topped 300 kph yesterday, didn't they?
I think it was Haruki who did a 300.5.
Yeah. Zakwan didn't get it stopped in time. He ran off into the runoff area.
I think he heard your compliments and got nervous. Now, topping the sheets is Marcus Reiterberger, followed by Zakwan Zaidi. Haruki Noguchi on screen there, he's in 3rd fastest.
135.7, that's a good time.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what the times will look like with the qualifying compound. But with the heat and the power of these bikes, I think it's just going to chew through that.
Yeah. Fastest man and busiest man so far on track, Marcus Reiterberger. He's an exponent of endurance racing, of course. Official rider for BMW Motorrad in the Endurance World Championship. So 6 laps won't be anything to him. So let's see if his teammate can get out. We'll stay with Reiterberger. That's the fastest time of the weekend that he's currently holding.
Yeah, speaking of Marcus, yesterday after all the practices, and he was saying that of course with the heat and everything, he feels endurance racing does help him in regards to stamina. But he did say that the difficulty is in endurance racing, you are not pushing at 110% all the way through, and for races like these, you're pushing at 150% for 12 laps all the way through. So he said it's a new challenge, and it's not going to be an easy day of work for Marcus. We know that he has a speed. Of course, we have Zakwan, Haruki, Andy Farah, Pasivit, all the potential.
Yeah, and we're used to doing these short distance races too. Interested to see what tyres his teammate Aslan is running as well. So we've got there, what, hard front, soft rear?
Yeah, that seemed to be the favorite choice by Aslan and Marcus for most of the weekend. Even last year, when it was Aslan and Adam Nordin, they usually ran the hard front, soft rear. Whereas the Hondas, typically we would see them on the medium rears, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, we did see Marcus run off just then, so confirmation that last lap was cancelled, as it was for Jack Ritt, the Thai rider. Keeping it clean though, this time around anyway, is Zakwan. Is that one of the Gen Blue bikes behind him?
It might be Kasma Daniel that's following him. Yeah, it is Kasma Daniel. The pink helmet. I think it's just Aslan there, letting Zakwan and Kasma pass through. No, Kasma's gone off track, and so is Aslan. It's Zakwan just sliding that rear ever so slightly into that beautiful turn 10. Debrief there between Marcus and the BMW mechanics.
Rookie Noguchi back out. I haven't seen Andy Farid on track yet, but he is sitting there in P4 on 135.7.
Zakwan, they're just having a quick look back, and you'll see that there's no one tailing him for now. So it seems like Zakwan isn't really pushing for a faster lap. Looks like he's just trying to see where his race pace would be at. Now here's Anthony West. Anthony West, of course, a winner in the 250 GP way back in the day. He's also a winner in the World Super Sports, I believe. He's had plenty of experience racing.
Yeah, he's a very, very highly regarded racer. The quality is phenomenal there.
He's 41 years old this year, I believe, and yeah, he's still kicking it with all the younger boys.
Yeah, it'd be good to see them get the speed of that bike up just a little bit to put him in contention, because 41 years or not, I suspect that he's still got something in the locker. Fantastically competitive last time here in 2017, 2018.
Currently, he's done 138.7 as his fastest lap time. Sector 1 not looking too bad for Anthony West.
Bike's moving around a lot, I noticed.
Yeah,
a couple of corners ago, yeah.
I think that could be the difference between this model of the R1 and the latest one. This model does tend to be a bit more sway, it has more movement on the braking as well.
Yeah.
Looking, like if you see Kasma, it looks very stuck, very composed.
Almost looks like a difference in the electronics, because even on the short burst between two corners, then he picked the front wheel up mostly. And you're seeing very few wheelies. There's another little one. Seeing very few wheelies from the new bikes now.
Yeah. Electronics, as you mentioned yesterday, plays such a huge role now. And it really can make the big difference. Debrief there between Zakwan, his mechanics, and the Showa team.
Yeah, Showa part of the title sponsor, of course, under Asia Dream Racing by Showa. So they're well and truly invested in Zakwan and his teammate, Andy Farid. Let's have another look at the R1 Victor Racing Yamaha of Anthony West. Getting into the technical part of the track, we could just to watch it. Yeah,
it looks like he wasn't happy with how the bike behaved through there. It was looking like a decent lap through sector 1, but yeah, sector 2 gone for Anthony West. A lot of work being done on Azan Shah's bike. He still has yet to complete a fast lap.
Notice a lot of these teams wearing safety helmets now. Astra Honda was the first, but now noticing the 1XOX guys. Those big cartoon eyes on the helmet of Haruki Noguchi. Lining himself up for turn 12. Let's put another lap in. That was a 1:35.888.
This is really the big difference you can see between Haruki and Zakwan's style. While Zakwan somewhat caresses his bike into the corner with the way he brakes, Haruki is just wild and when he goes in. But he likes to ride it that way, and he's managing to really make it work for him well.
Yeah, it's kind of like wringing its neck. Maybe, you know, this is something that Marc Marquez has brought into the sport. Turn 4 for the double left-hander. Yeah, I mean, if you look at his body language, it's really aggressive. If you look at the bike's looking pretty, you know, relatively calm. It's being pushed, but it's not all over the place.
It's one of those situations where he works more so that the bike works less. Doing a great job of it. Looking at the sector times, he's decent through sector 1, not too great through sector 2. Bit of a wobble there in the exit, and he flips to the right. He's down to the final turn. Let's see if the rear tire kicks around. Yes, it does. Bit of a wobble here and there. And 1:35.9 from Haruki.
Yeah, within a tenth of his last lap around, so same performance as he was doing in free practice yesterday, free practice 3. And there is Lachlan Epis, the young Australian newcomer to ARC ASB 1000. As we were saying earlier, he's been improving. His best lap so far, 36.8.
Let's get the qualifying rears on. So he's the first of this ASB 1000 grid to slap on the qualifying tire.
Okay, we've got the benchmark up on that screen, the 1:36.868.
I don't think it's going to be this lap for him, but maybe the next one. It will be the first time he's had a feeling in the qualifying tire, so the first lap should be just getting to know the compound. Let's see where this puts the young Australian rider. He's doing a 36.8. I think with the qualifying tires, he might be able to drop down to a 36 mid or 36 low. This lap's at 37.3. Keep a lookout for number 83 as he makes his way up.
got 2 or possibly 3 good laps there, and I suspect we might see green flashes on. Oh no, this is Aslan coming. We may not.
Aslan still doesn't have his qualifying tyres on either.
No, he wouldn't do. He hasn't had enough
Yeah.
track time on normal tyres yet.
So this is Pasowit. He's coming around. He's still using the mediums. I think every Honda rider so far has been using the mediums in this category.
Yeah, he's been pretty good throughout testing and free practice this week. Finished 2022 really strongly. 2022 is his rookie year in this class. And if he keeps on the same trajectory, he'll be a real contender this season, Pasowit.
Excuse me, but I think Pasowit's running the hard option front, so maybe this is just for the setup for a race. Maybe they're testing something new. Because tire degradation is a concern for a lot of the riders and teams with the heat kicking up.
Yeah, track temperatures have been over 60 this week, well over 60.
Lachlan Epis, yeah, he has improved a lot through sector 1 and 2. So let's see what he does as he comes across. It's a 36.1, there we go, 36.199 for him, up into 7th.
Isn't that what you predicted?
A low 36, yeah.
So he's taken half a second off, so he's making the qualifying tyres work.
Oh, this is disappointing for Aslan Shah.
So what's happened?
Still with issues with his bike.
It's frustrating, just as we were getting excited about the comeback of this champion. He's having a nightmare in qualifying.
Looks like an electronic problem for him. Yeah, there you go,
Yeah.
throttle. That's so frustrating for him. Can totally understand his emotions. It's the 3rd time he's come out and he's still not got the bike sorted. I want to say right before we cut to Aslan about Lachlan Epis, he was looking back looking for someone, but if I was him, I wouldn't waste any time now because those tires are going to be gone in another 2 laps.
Absolutely, yeah. And here's another newcomer to this class, came from Moto 2 last season, 2022, Kemin Kubo. Making a decent debut. A few problems with his right arm from arm pump, that perennial problem that riders of powerful motorcycles suffer from. Good quality, and Aslan trudges back to the pits.
I'd say Lachlan Epis as well, he's coming back into pit lane. So right now out on track is just Andy Farid and Kenneth Kubo. Kenneth Kubo is still running the hard front and soft rear. So I'm just wondering at what point of this qualifying will they start pulling out the qualifying tires. Marcus Reiterberger, he's back out as well. Hopefully we can get a shot of him and see whether he's swapped to the qualifying tires.
14 minutes remaining, so it's a distinct possibility. So Kemin Kubo, new into the Blue Gen Yamaha racing team.
It's a 137.4 for Kenneth Kubo on the lap. Again, this looks more like race simulation than setting fast laps. Anthony West, he's just coming out now. I suspect that might be on the qualifying compound. But Andy Fried, he's come across another 35.8, so good job from Andy.
Yeah, good shot there as well of Jakrit Swangsawat. I do recall him as a very rapid 250 rider in Thailand many years ago, 10 or more years ago.
I just noticed that Andy Farad has been out on the qualifying compound. The Sector 1's been disappointing, but Sector 2 looking good. Marcus Reiterberger, good Sector 1 as well. Here's Anthony West. He's not running anything different from before. It's a medium. Azan Shah coming out again. And it looks like still issues as he comes
problem,
out.
Hasn't he? Yeah, he's furious. It's literally given him no chance in this qualifying session. You've got to feel for him, and he's right at the start of the lap as well.
He barely just made it out of pit lane, and couldn't happen at a worse moment for him. Here's Andy now gone up into second using qualifying compound at 135.4. Oh, on the last lap, Marcus Reiterberger has actually improved at 135.2.
Yeah, it's a slight improvement. And there is Andy Farid. Good to have a bit of screen time with Andy, even though he's not pushing at the moment. Zakwan in the pits, getting ready for the final push.
This is someone who's had a good long rest in the pit box. Zakwan will be ready to push on for that pole position lap.
Yeah, looks like a man who knows exactly what his job is.
Oh.
And there's perhaps somebody who could do with a little bit of a refresher on how to move around pit lane.
Yeah, definitely.
You had one job. Well, we know what Zakwan's job is. It's to try and slow down this rider here.
That was aggressive the way Marcus braked into turn 1 there. The rear tire just popping up, and
Well, let's have another look at that moment.
yeah, definitely not where you should be standing and where the riders are coming out. But Marcus Reiterberger on a really good lap now, 19.8 again on Sector 1. Oh, but this is just such a sad image to see. Can totally understand his frustrations, and it's just unfortunate.
Yeah. I mean, those two BMW riders are bookending the timing screen. Marcus at the top, Aslan at the bottom, because he's had no chance to do a quick lap.
Yeah, if I was Aslan and this was even possible to do, I would say, slap my fairing onto Marcus's bike. Let me just get onto the front row. It's just so unfortunate for Aslan. He's been looking so good all throughout the weekend. Right down when it comes to qualifying, this happens.
Yeah. Sometimes you need to let somebody sit and be with their own thoughts, really. And I think that's where Aslan is at the moment. He needs a chance to do what he can do.
I feel like right now what they need to do is really slap on those qualifying tires and try and get that fixed. And if they get it fixed, Aslan really has to push without getting any feeling in today.
Yeah, well, with 9 minutes left, they've got no option. Reiterberger now having a look at the back of his BMW.
I was going to say, he just said a 35.008. He's had about 4 laps on the qualifying rear. I think he started to feel a bit squiggly at the rear, and he's just thought, maybe another lap.
Yeah, he's put a gap of 0.457 between him and Andy Farid, who's provisionally P2. And Zakwan we've got out at the moment.
Yeah, Zakwan's chasing the done already. He's gone through Sector 1 pretty good. Sector 2 should be a fast one for Zakwan.
Yeah, that's his best Sector 1.
Here comes Kasma Daniel now.
You always know who it is when the camera zooms in on the fingers.
Very unique ritual that he has before he comes out. Yep, it's crunch time now. Jakrit Swangsad improves up into 7th. I think everyone on track will be running the qualifying rears. Here comes Zakwan Zaidi. Decent sector 2 from Zakwan. He's going to stitch up sector 3 properly. Yeah, Hassan waiting there. Can only imagine the emotions he's running through right now. But now here comes Zakwan through the final turn. Let's see, it should be an improvement. He might just knock Andy Farid back down to 3rd. Across comes Zakwan. And he does.
Yeah, he does. Andy's in the pits. I think his qualifiers are cooked. Haruki Noguchi on an out lap. Pasawit Titivarak on an out lap. Kazman Daniel on an out lap. So that is probably where the upset is going to come, if it's going to come, or from Zakwan, who's out there at the moment. He's got almost 0.2 of a second to make up, but he did close that gap by 3/10 with that last effort.
Zakwan looking good again through sector 1. Just on the edge of the rumble strip there. Let's see what he does as he comes across sector 2. Did a double head left-hander. Zakwan looking really smooth. And sector 2 as well. It's an improvement again for Zakwan. And actually, if he improves through sector 3, I think he might just knock Marcus off pole. It's not fastest through either one of the sectors, but he has improved through each one. So Marcus Reiterberger might have his provisional pole position a threat.
Yeah, this is a good one from Zakwan. Improving all the way through.
Yeah, so he clean through the final turn. Now let's see Zakwan on the exit as he comes across now. It is a provisional pole for Zakwan Zaidi, a 134.844.
So that two-way battle that we've got used to seeing this week, the advantage is currently sitting with Zakwan Zaidi. Marcus won't have an answer for that because he's cooked his qualifiers. The question is, can Haruki Noguchi, Pasawit or Kazma do it? And honestly, I don't think so.
I was going to say, I thought Zakwan was going to try and improve on that, but I think he saw on his meter with that, yeah, it's a 134, and definitely Marcus with his qualifying tires out, nothing more he can do.
Yeah, that was a really good lap he put together. Marcus Reiterberger can take that one on the chin. Cruise now from Zakwan. Not sure that any of the riders out there have an answer for a 134.844.
Haruki's just come across a 135.599, so he's improved, but maintains in 4th position.
Yeah, that was his first flying lap.
So let's see Haruki with the iconic helmet design. Squiggling into turn 3 there. Very unique riding style from Haruki compared to the rest of the grid. So Pasawit now, he's gone up into 3rd, so he's knocked Andy Farid down into 4th. So we have one of the Thai riders on the top 3 provisional front row.
Yeah, very much a form rider, Pasawit. Second year in the class.
See the Dunlop guys having a look at Zakwan's rear.
No complaints, but they leave no stone unturned, these Dunlop guys. They're all over it.
Rookie very aggressive on the gas there. You can see the rear tire just moving about slightly. Pasawit's on an improving lap as well. Could he be an upset for Marcus Reiterberger in 2nd? It's a bit of a stretch, but...
Yeah, but Haruki, this is a good-looking lap.
135.0, so Haruki now goes up into 3rd, pushes Pasawit down into 4th, and Andy down to 5th.
And he's run off. 3 minutes remaining. He could potentially get another flyer in on that qualifier, but that could be the best we've seen from Haruki in this qualifying session.
Pasuit slipping off a bit from his bike. 135.4 in that lap.
Yeah, some good lap times. And there is a sad sight, because that bike isn't going to get out and do a flying lap, not even one in this session. And yeah,
there's no way.
Aslan,
He's getting
okay.
ready. So there will be just one flying lap if Azan Shah gets on the bike within the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is just the one shot.
So it's definitely an electronics issue. We saw the BMW Alpha racing guys all working on his bike. Andy has come back up, but he's not on the qualifying compartment.
He's running, I think, mediums. I watched him as he came out. So this is set up.
What a surprise it would be if he goes even faster in the mediums.
As we were saying, there isn't a happier rider in the paddock at the moment than Andy Faridis Dahar. Delighted to have stepped up into Superbikes and making a really good fist of it right from the off.
Kamit Kubo just moves up into 7th now, at 136.1. And I think the gloves are coming back off for Aslan. It just isn't enough time.
That's it, 1.5 minutes on the clock. Aslan. That's so rough. That's so rough.
It's so unfortunate for Azan.
But there's what looks like an unassailable pole position there for Zakwan Zaidi. Looks relaxed, it was well earned. Great work by the team. Great work by Zakwan, and there's a big effort going in there from Jakrit.
That's quite the way to enter into the final turn.
Yeah.
Just whipping the bike around.
Doesn't improve his position, but that's a P8 start for Jakrit, for EST, JST, JRT, and West. So strange we're not talking more about him, but here he comes.
He is in the qualifying compound. He's improving on this lap. He comes across now. I think it's going to be a 37. Nope, it's a 38.019. So he's very close. He's slowly eating away at the gap between himself and Lachlan Epis.
Yeah, he had time for one more lap, but he's rolled off. So I think it's done. And looking at top speeds, not quite as fast as yesterday.
I think the weather definitely a factor for that.
Yeah, 2:97 the fastest for Pasuit. Checkered flag is out, so wonderful performance there by Zakwan Zaidi. He's going to be ready to talk to Daniel, who's going to make his way down there now. So there you go. In the face of the stiff competition that he's got this season, Zakwan, it could hardly have gone better this week, meaning Tuesday, Wednesday testing and yesterday. And he's topped it so far with pole position in ASB 1000. The only rider to break into the 134s, 134.844, to give him a margin of 0.164 over the German Markus Reiterberger. Haruki Noguchi, 0.2 behind the time of Zakwan. The race this afternoon is going to be a nail-biter, you can be sure. Andy Faridis Dahar, good session from him, finished up 5th. Kazma Daniel, been working on to find a really good setup for the Gen Blue Yamaha, and is improving his best time, 1:36.1. But he'll be definitely up for it this afternoon. So let's have a look at those qualifying results. Fastest, the Malaysian Zakwan Zaidi, 134.844. Marcus Reiterberger up next for 1XOX BMW, 135. Haruki Noguchi for SDG, 135.045. Pasawit Titivarak, really good session from him, 135.44. Andy Farid Izdihar, 135.465, just 2,500 slower. Kazma Daniel, Yamaha Gen Blue, 136.1. His teammate Kemet Kubo, a few hundred slower, in 7th place. And Jakrit Swangsuat for EST NJT Racing. 9th, Lachlan Epis, good qualifying session from him. 10th, fellow Australian Ant West. 11th, Teo Yu Zhou, and sadly, tragically, no time in qualifying for Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman. Definitely a tale of two qualifying sessions for 1XOX TKKR. Daniel will be speaking shortly to Zakwan, but let's just have a quick look at some of the moments from that session. There is Andy Farid Izdihar. Great effort from him, 135.792. 135.465 was his best time to put him on the middle of row 2. Led the number 95 bike of Pasawit Titivarak. Another excellent session from him, provisionally on the front row for a while. Bit squiggly there, foot off, but holding absolutely nothing back, Pasawit. And also holding nothing back, Haruki Noguchi. Good pace all the way through, and we saw his good pace yesterday in free practice as well. He will definitely have his special racing suit on for this afternoon, Haruki Noguchi for SDG Hark Pro. Marcus Reiterberger led much of the session, got bumped off late by Zakwan Zaidi. Too late to do anything about it because Reiterberger had already cooked his rear qualifying tyre by that point, and he was just looking at it then. Nicely done, and it was good enough to put him in the middle of the front row. But there was the man of the qualifying session, Zakwan Zaidi. He improved his lap time progressively after he put the qualifiers on, and then came through to put in a stunning lap of put himself into the 134s, 134.844. Very happy Zakwan Zaidi. He was happy before this qualifying session. He's happier now. And he should be talking to Daniel Bogas very shortly.
So we're down here at Park Ferme with a very sweaty Zakwan Zaidi, the pullman for the ASV 1000 category. So Zakwan, what a fantastic lap that was on the qualifying tires. Could you tell us how that was and what the difference really was for you between the two compounds?
Definitely different compound because the qualifying tire is more special. And in first beginning, I just used the medium tire just to make I try to find my rhythm. And okay, I just make some mini lap and I have a bit confident, and then okay, I come in and I try to change the qualifying tire and wait. I see the time is coming fast, and okay, this time I try to attack, but I didn't know I can make a 34.8 because I expect maybe 35 low, also same condition with the all rider. But when I did, I feel surprised and happy, and only for me is disqualifying is okay, we are the pole, but the important is I need to focus in the race. This is for sure.
Yeah. Definitely, the race situation will be interesting, so good luck for that, and thank you so much.
Thanks to Daniel for that interview with Zakwan Zaidi, who will start from pole position this afternoon. We've got a little bit more action coming your way. That is the conclusion of the qualifying sessions for the Asia Road Racing Championship. But coming up in just a few moments will be the Honda Thailand Talent Cup, their qualifying session. So stay tuned for that. We will be back at 12:35 for race 1 this afternoon. The first race away will be the TVS Asia 1 make, and we will be with you throughout the afternoon. That will be Daniel, me and the mighty Des Corkhill, the voice of the Asia Road Racing Championship, will be with us at 12:35, so join us again then. We'll see you in just about 1 hour's time.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu.
ด้วยรถหมายเลข3นะครับสำหรับธนชัดเปลี่ยนแล้วนพรุตพงษ์บุญประเวศทำมาเป็นอันดับ1 2เป็นเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ครับอันดับที่3เป็นนักแข่งหมายเลข5ครับมูฮัมหมัดอิอันดรามาดิปาครับชื่อเล่นชื่อรามาอายุ 14 ปีครับสำหรับอันดับ3ตอนนี้ต่อเนื่องมาที่ธนชัดนะเพิ่งจะอ่านชื่อเหมือนกันบางทีนี่ตอนนี้มีข้อมูลมาอยู่ในมือเลยครับได้ข่าวว่าแจ้งมาว่าอย่างนี้สิเดี๋ยวตอนเย็นครับในเป็นเรสเนี่ยถ้าหากว่าคุณผู้ชมชมผ่านทางสตรีมมิ่งของเอเชียโรดเรซิ่งตอนนี้จะมีผู้บรรยาย2คนมีมิสเตอร์แบร์รี่รัสเซลนะครับแล้วก็มิสเตอร์แดเนียลหนุ่มรอเลย2คนบรรยายอยู่นะครับก็จะเป็นบรรยายตั้งแต่ในรวมถึงเรสครับส่วนผมก็จะบรรยายที่เสียงออกในสนามให้ผู้ชมได้รับฟังกันนะครับใครอยากฟังภาคภาษาอังกฤษเข้าไปดูกันได้ที่ Facebook Fanpage ของ Asia Road Racing นะครับหรือว่าที่มีลิงก์แปะมาที่ช้างเซอร์กิตบุรีรัมย์ครับแล้วก็จะเปิดประสบการณ์ให้คุณผู้ชมได้ฟังเสียงบรรยายภาษาไทยในการแข่งขันช่วงเรสครับของรายการนี้แหละครับ Honda Thailand Challenge ครับ 4 โมงเย็นกับอีก 40 นาทีจะมีเสียงดีเจก๊อกน้ำสนามช้างไปบรรยายในสตรีมมิ่งของ Asia Road Racing ด้วยนะครับรุ่นเดียวเท่านั้นแม่เพราะฉะนั้นต้องทำข้อมูลแน่นๆนิดนึงนะครับ มาคุณจะได้ฟังเสียงบรรยายภาษาไทยนะครับในสตรีมมิ่งช่วงเย็นเลยนะครับโอเคถึงไหนแล้วเนี่ยมีน้องๆหลายคนที่แบบเพิ่งจะเข้ามาใหม่ครับไม่คุ้นเหมือนกันครับนพรุตพงษ์บุญประเวศครับกับรถหมายเลข8น้องอุ้มนะครับเป็นอันดับที่1ตอนนี้กับเวลา 149.682เกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์อันดับ2ครับโหรพัฒน์อ่อนศรีอันดับที่3หมายเลข5ครับสำหรับนักแข่งจากประเทศอินโดนีเซียมูฮัมหมัดดิอันดรามาดิปาครับมูฮัมหมัดดิอันดรามาดิปาครับนักแข่งวัย 14 ปีต่อเนื่องมาหลังจากนั้นก็จะมีธนชัดประทุมทองครับหมายเลข3พัชรกรทองเกิดหลวงครับหมายเลข17น้องกันอายุเพียงแค่ปีนี้ก็13แหละ12ย่าง13นะครับน้องกันมีไปแข่งในรุ่นอันเดอร์โบน150ซีซีด้วยนะตัวเล็กนิดเดียวเองนะครับสำหรับน้องกันในรถหมายเลข17นะครับอยู่อันดับ7ตอนนี้แล้วก็ต่อเนื่องมาที่อันดับที่8หมายเลข12ครับสำหรับปัญจรุตจิตวิรุชชัดครับน้องเฟอร์ต่อเนื่องมาที่อันดับที่9ครับรถหมายเลข11ตอนนี้เตชินอินอัพไพครับน้องไบรท์อายุ11ปีตัวเล็กนิดเดียวนะเห็นน้องใน Facebook อยู่พิชยางคุณอินจักครับอันดับที่10เหมียนตันอันภูครับอันดับที่11หมายเลข9สำหรับธนกฤษปทุมทองอยู่อันดับที่12หมายเลข7อันดับ13ครับสำหรับโมราฮิสคาตีนักแข่งอินเดียครับโมราฮิสคาตีครับแล้วก็นี่ส่วนอันดับ16เป็นนักแข่งจากเวียดนามครับอีก1คนมี2คนครับนักแข่งเวียดนามนักแข่งหมายเลข10นะครับสำหรับเหงียนวูฟึงอายุ19ปีครับเหลือเวลาอีกประมาณ10นาทีสุดท้ายครับตอนนี้นพรุตพงษ์บุญประเวศมาเป็นอันดับที่1อยู่นะครับสำหรับหมายเลข8ครับอย่างน้องอุ้มนะครับอันดับ2เป็นเด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาโรเซลครับหมายเลข13แล้วก็พุรพัฒน์อ่อนศรีอันดับที่3ครับสักครู่หนึ่งเรามาอัปเดตกันต่อนะครับ อยู่กันในช่วง 6 นาทีสุดท้ายครับของการคุริฟายในรุ่น Honda Thailand Talent Cup นะครับมาเลยครับนักแข่งญี่ปุ่นครับเจ้าหนูวัย 15 ปีครับโกยุนาคากาวะฮะขึ้นมาอยู่อันดับที่ 1 กับเวลา 149.294 ครับในรอบที่ 5 ครับตอนนี้คุริฟายกันไป 6 รอบครับอันดับ 2 เป็นนพรุตพงษ์บุญประเวศครับ 149.572 มี 149 ด้วยกัน 4 คนด้วยกันนะฮะธนชัดประทุมทองครับอันดับที่ 3 เบ็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาโรเซลอันดับ 4โอรพัฒน์อ่อนศรีอันดับ 5 ครับแล้วก็มีโดนแคนเซิลเวลาไปครับน้องอุ้มหมายเลข 8 และหมายเลข 14 ครับโดนแคนเซิลเวลาในรอบที่ผ่านมาไปนะครับดูสิครับคุณผู้ชมครับรถ 250 ซีซี วิ่งต่อรอบ 1 นาที 49 ครับ1ตีไป156 ไปโอ้โหตัดมาที่ธนชัดประทุมทองครับรถหมายเลข 3 ครับนี่ก็จะเป็นน้องๆนักบิดเยาวชนครับจากนี่เลยในปีที่แล้วครับธนชัดประทุมทองน้องออสตินนะครับอายุ 13 ปีโอ้13 ปีเองเหรอ13 ปีม.1 ผมทำอะไรอยู่วะเนี่ยแต่น้องๆเนี่ยเจ๋งเลยไหนครับเหลืออีก4 นาที 20 วิครับคุณผู้ชมโค้ง3ฮึบมาโกยุนะครับกวะคือต้องบอกคุณผู้ชมแบบนี้ครับว่าสำหรับในเรื่องของเราของการคุริฟายเนี่ยน้องๆเข้ามาด้วยกันอาจจะแบบคุณผู้ชมบอกว่าทำไมภาคดูเหมือนชิวๆแบบไม่มีอะไรจังเลยคือมันเป็นคุริฟายแหละนะครับคือน้องๆเขาแบบอยู่อันดับใกล้กันก็จริงแต่เวลามันห่างกันนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นก็ปล่อยให้น้องๆเขาแบบนะเร่งเวลาต่อรอบของน้องๆเองแล้วเดี๋ยวผมจะค่อยๆมาสรุปส่วนความสนุกมันก็จะมาในเรสนั่นแหละนะครับเรสก็ออกมาด้วยกันเวลาเดียวกันครับแต่ตอนนี้เวลาค่อนข้างจะห่างกันครับโกยุนะครับกวะนะครับยังคงเร็วที่สุดครับ 149.294 ครับนพรุตพงษ์บุญประเวศอันดับ 2 นชัดประทุมทองอันดับ 3 ครับเบ็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาโรเซครับอันดับ 4โอรพัฒน์อ่อนศรีอันดับ 5 กฤษดาธนโชติครับมาเป็นอันดับที่ 6 18ถูกต้องไหมต้องขับน้องไฮเป็กก็เกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์รถหมายเลข 4 นะครับสำหรับน้องไมค์คิวเป็นอันดับที่ 7-8 เป็นทางฝั่งของรถหมายเลข 5 ครับมูฮัมหมัดดิอันดรารามาติปาครับอันดับ 9 เป็นเตชินนะครับรถหมายเลข 11 เตชินอินอัพไพครับหมายเลข 8 ครับอะไรเหมือนมีอะไรหลุดล้มแล้วครับแบบนี้นพรุตพงษ์บุญประเวศครับเวลานี้มาอยู่อันดับที่ 2 ครับสำหรับนพรุตพงษ์บุญประเวศครับ 149.572 ครับ แล้วก็มีล้มอีกครับ2 คันไหมหมายเลข14ครับอุ้ยโอเคครับก็ในเรื่องราวของความปลอดภัยครับก็แข่งในสนามครับเซฟตี้มีอยู่แล้วนะครับนักแข่งแจ้งมาบอกว่าโอเคครับผ่านไปครับหมดเวลาเดี๋ยวรอดูกันหน่อยนึงครับน้องๆที่จะมากรุ๊ปใหญ่ๆกรุ๊ปนี้แหละนะฮะผ่านเช็คเกอร์แฟลกครับโอเคครับคุณผู้ชมครับเดี๋ยวมาดูบทสรุปกันหน่อยนึงครับสำหรับการคอลี่ฟายของ Honda Thailand Talent Cup นะครับก็หลังจากคอลี่ฟายเสร็จน้องๆก็จะทำงานแข่งขันในช่วงเย็นครับ 16:40 นาทีนะครับก็ช่วงเช้าก็จะจบการคอลี่ฟายด้วยรายการนี้นะครับในรุ่น Honda Thailand Talent Cup นะฮะมาดูบทสรุปครับเจ้าของ Pole Position ครับนักแข่งหมายเลข 4 ครับเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์นะครับกับเวลา 1:49.000 นะครับโกยุนะคากาวะมาเป็นอันดับที่ 2 นะครับอันดับ 3 เป็นนพรุตพงษ์บุญประเวศครับอันดับที่ 4 เป็นเร็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาลาเซลอันดับ 5 เป็นธนชัดประทุมทองครับอันดับที่ 6 เป็นหมายเลข 6 พลพัฒน์อ่อนศรีครับอันดับที่ 7 เป็นรถหมายเลข 18 ครับสำหรับกฤษดาธนโชติครับอันดับที่ 8 เป็นพัชรกรทองเกิดหลวงนะครับน้องกันนะฮะอันดับที่ 9 เป็นนักแข่งชาวอินโดนีเซียหมายเลข 5 ครับสำหรับมูฮัมหมัดกิอันดรารามาติปาครับตามมาด้วยเตชินหมายเลข 11 นะฮะสำหรับเตชินอินอภัยครับผมในอันดับที่ 10-11 นี่เป็นทางฝั่งของหมายเลข 12 ครับปัญจรุตจิตวิรุณฉัตรนะครับมีเปลี่ยนนะครับแจ้งมาพอมาดูที่ Race Director จะมีการปรับเวลารถหมายเลข 4 เจ้าของโพลนะครับไม่รู้ว่าจะปรับมาเท่าไหร่ครับเนื่องจากมีเคสที่มีผลต่อเนื่องของการล้มแหละนะครับโอเคครับคุณผู้ชมครับก็จะประมาณนี้จันดรีมครับจันดรีมสิทธิศักดิ์อ่อนเฉวียงครับรีบด่วนครับรีบด่วนพอดี Race Director ครับต้องการจะมีการปรับผลการแข่งขันครับตอนนี้เรียนเชิญอาจารย์ดรีมสิทธิศักดิ์อ่อนเฉวียงด่วนเลยนะฮะที่ห้อง Race Control ครับ